Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the February 18th meeting of the Portland City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Fritz.
Here.
Fish.
Here.
Saltzman. Novick.
Here.
Hales.
Here. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. We have several items that we'll take, or 3 items actually, that we'll take in order this afternoon on the council's calendar. You're welcome to testify on those items as we take them up. They are different from one another. The subject matters differ, and we will explain that as we go forward. If you'd like to speak on one or more of these council calendar items, please let our council clerk know, and she'll call you from a list of folks signed up to speak on each one. If you have not testified here before, there's some basic ground rules. First, you need only give us your name. You don't need to give us an address. If you're representing an organization, please let us know that. Our code requires it. And we follow obvious and common sense rules of decorum here in the council chambers. That is, we want to make sure everyone gets the chance to be heard. So we limit testimony in time, and I think because of the number of people that we have here to speak this afternoon, it will probably be 2 minutes per person. And we also ask that we respect other people's points of view. So if you agree with someone and feel the need to indicate your agreement, feel free to give them a thumbs up or a wave of the hand. If you disagree with them and also feel compelled to show that, a polite hand gesture to the negative is okay. But we ask that we not applaud or heckle or make any verbal demonstrations in favor or against our fellow citizens' points of view in this room so that everyone can be heard. We make exceptions for visiting dignitaries and school children, so if you're one of those, you might get a round of applause from us. So that's about it in terms of procedure. Let's turn to the first item. I'll ask Carla to read it, and then I've got some explanation and procedure to talk about there as well.
Item 161, vacate a portion of Southeast Harrison Street east of Southeast 3rd Avenue, subject to certain conditions and reservations.
Okay, so this is the first of the items on the calendar this afternoon. This is to determine whether the city should vacate a public right-of-way at 3rd and Harrison. It's also in subsequent action this afternoon going to be a matter of discussion about whether or not Right to Dream 2 should be located on this site. But the first item is the street vacation itself, and that needs to happen no matter what the ultimate use is of the site. So the first item is the street vacation, and the question is simply, should this street right-of-way be maintained as a street right-of-way or be vacated so that the piece of land owned by the city of Portland could be used in some useful way? Again, it's important to remember the distinction. The second item on the calendar is a zoning confirmation letter about Right to Dream 2's use of that site. But the first item is simply, should there be a street there or not? Should there be a street that runs into the viaduct at the back end of the property or not? It's a simple ministerial question that we get to answer lots of times about streets. And in this case, we need to decide it in the case of this little fragment of street.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd requested that somebody from the Transportation Department walk us through the decision-making criteria with respect to street vacations.
And I believe they're here and prepared to do that, Commissioner Novick.
Yes, Christine Leon is here. And
Well, we wanted to continue explaining first what the
Sure,
process
okay.
is.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So good afternoon, and walk us through that, please.
Well, actually,
You want to make your comments now, or do you want to wait?
yes, because we wanted to be very clear that the first part is the mayor was explaining that this is about whether there should be a public right-of-way on that portion of the property. Commissioner Novick is the commissioner in charge of that. There will be an opportunity after that, if the council decides, we will take a vote at the end of the hearing on the street vacation. If it turns out that the street is vacated, then we will have testimony on the proposed use of the site. But this first section is just about whether to keep a public right-of-way remnant on the site that the city owns. And we're going to be asking you to speak only to that under the first item. Commissioner Novick?
I also just wanted to put on the table, due to an oversight, we didn't have an emergency clause on this item. So I wanted to propose an amendment, simply adding section 5, the council declares an emergency exists because any further delay in the vacation of this property no longer needed for street purposes would harm the public welfare. Therefore, this ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage by the council.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion on adding the emergency clause to the proposed ordinance?
I guess I'd prefer that we vote on that after we vote on the vacation.
On the emergency clause itself?
Well, I guess I'm not prepared to add an emergency clause until I know whether I'm,
No, this is
Prepared.
only to the vacation.
That makes,
This is
that
only
makes
to the
sense,
street
Vice Mayor.
vacation.
no, but you're prejudging where my decision may come, because you need unanimity for an emergency clause.
So he's
And
saying,
I-
why don't you hold off?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
that's
hold off
right.
on the emergency clause.
Okay, all right, we'll
So
delay
there
action
may
on
be,
that.
and just so that folks know, so you can testify about that, an emergency means that the ordinance would go into effect immediately. A non-emergency would be voted on next week. Regardless, my understanding from the city attorney is that street vacations take 30 days to go into effect, whether or not it was 30 days from today or 30 days from next week. So that's part of the issue also.
Okay, great. Other council questions, comments? Take it away, Christine.
So, good afternoon. I believe, just before you get started, I want to remind you that there was another amendment to the council from the mayor.
Oh, right.
Um,
And let's see, walk us through that. I'm looking for my copy.
Sure.
At the
The-
sewer issue?
Right.
Yes.
Would you like me to read it off?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's a memorandum dated February 16th to City Council from Mayor Charlie Hales, amend item 161. This memorandum requests that item 161, Directive C.2.II be amended with the following language. Petitioner will determine whether the sanitary sewer and lateral line in Southeast Harrison are active or not. If these lines are not active, petitioner will accept ownership of the facilities in their current condition and will transfer ownership of the facilities if the property is ever sold. This would be accomplished in the conveyance document. If the lines are active prior to or at the time of any sale, petitioner will either, 1, grant an easement to the abutting property owner in a form satisfactory to the Bureau of Environmental Services for the existing facilities, or 2, relocate the lateral line to a location and in a manner approved by BES.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
Any
So
discussion?
has this amendment been cleared with BES?
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, we ran it through the BES staff person who commented on the street vacation initially.
Because normally we would deal with that kind of sewer issue now, but because it's a city-owned property, we don't have to.
Correct, right.
Okay. Further discussion on the adoption of the amendment? Roll call on adopting the amendment, please.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay. Thank
So
you.
again, good afternoon. My name is Christine Leon, and I'm the manager of PBOT's Development Permitting and Transit Group. And with me is Carla Ruda from our right-of-way section, as well as Bob Kita, who's Office of Management and Finance's Facilities Manager. So the purpose of today is to consider the final hearing for a portion of Southeast Harrison Street vacation. It's a right-of-way situated between Southeast 3rd Avenue and Southeast Martin Luther King Boulevard Junior Boulevard, excuse me. This street vacation was initiated by the City Office of Management and Finance, and OMF is the owner of the parcel that is immediately to the north of this public right-of-way. That abuts the Harrison Street right-of-way on its northern boundary. And if approved, after a minimum of 30 days, after the second hearing, if it's not an emergency ordinance and the conditions are met, then the vacation is filed with Multnomah County. The city would release its underlying interest in this right-of-way to the underlying property owner, which in this case is the Office of Management and Finance. So the purpose of the request was to assemble the right-of-way to the parcel to the north for the adjoining parcels development. So I'm going to go through and describe a little bit of the details of the parcel, and then Carl's going to talk about the process, and then Bob can get to some of the accommodations made before we end the hearing for the street vacation.
So
So-
is somebody going to also explain the decision criteria that the council
Yes.
undertakes in making a decision?
Yes, we'll go through that. So the parcel itself is a 64 foot wide public right-of-way. It's approximately 150 feet in length and approximately 9,250 square foot in size. It's partially paved. It's crossed by a publicly owned storm sewer system on the east side, which is close to the Martin Luther King alignment. It also contains a sanitary sewer and lateral in Southeast Harrison. That was the subject of the amendment that was read earlier. The transportation street classification of Southeast Harrison, as well as Southeast Third and Division in this location, it's a local service street for all of modes, but it is in a freight district. Like I mentioned, the parcel abuts the OMF. The right-of-way abuts the OMF parcel to the north. On all other sides, it is public right-of-way. Further north of OMF's parcel is another wedge-shaped property which does not abut the Harrison right-of-way. And this wedge-shaped parcel is owned separately by Eastside Plating. Eastside Plating has accessed the Harrison Street right-of-way in the past to cross over onto the OMF parcel from which they deliver goods to their business by truck. So again, part of my role this afternoon is to mention this is the ordinance for the street vacation, not for the development of the parcel itself. When we consider a street vacation, we don't give consideration to what the final use is going to be. So we're going to go through the process of how we got here, what the criteria for the street vacation was as contained in the report to the Planning and Sustainability Commission, as well as the city engineer's report. After which, again, Bob can answer some questions about accommodations for access, and then we'll be ready to answer questions. But just in general, PBOT's recommendation to council has been evaluated using the criteria contained in the engineer's reports and Planning and Sustainability report to make a recommendation that this street vacation move forward. We've also considered through a notification process of other bureaus and agencies what conditions should be included in the street vacation. So Carl, you want to go through the conditions and then the overview of the process for the government-initiated street vacation?
Sure. So during our notification process, we received comments from other city bureaus and agencies, utilities, and using those comments, we prepare conditions for the engineer's report and for the final ordinance. In this case, Christine already mentioned a little bit that BES asked for a couple of conditions because there are several active storm sewer lines on the east end of this piece of Harrison Street, which need to stay in place. And so the ordinance would reserve a 35-foot wide easement to protect those storm sewer lines. And then in addition, there was the sanitary sewer line that goes right down the middle of Harrison Street that leads up to a lateral pipe that heads north. And BES was not totally sure if those lines were active or not. And so in that amendment that Christine read off earlier, BES asked OMF to determine if that line is still active or not. If it's not active, it's not really an issue. BES would agree to abandon its interest in those pipes, and they would become OMF's property and responsibility. If they are still active, then BES, wants to sort of work with OMF to figure out the best future of those pipes, whether to leave them as they are or to eventually have OMF reroute those pipes to a different location. And so BES and OMF agreed that that can be decided later, which was the subject of that amendment. Another minor condition that came up was that Portland General Electric noticed that they have some electric lines that cross 3rd Avenue and then cross just a very small piece of the southwest corner of Harrison Street. And so as they often do, they ask for a general easement to protect those lines so that nothing that might be built in that Harrison right-of-way in the future would interfere with those lines. And that's pretty common that PGE or Pacific Power ask for an easement like that. Another condition that's pretty typical is that PBOT asked for OMF to basically construct a sidewalk, pedestrian right-of-way along 3rd Avenue to close off the Harrison Street entrance and curbs, so that the general idea is to make this, if it's not a street anymore, to make it not look like a street. And so that the PBOT's permit engineering and development review would work with OMF to give them the guidelines to construct the standard sidewalk right-of-way to close off Harrison Street. And those are the main conditions that were required during our notification process. And so then those were prepared in the our summaries that went to the Planning Sustainability Commission, and then were put into the engineer's report, and then were placed into the ordinance for your consideration today.
Thank you. Questions? Or do you want to keep going? Sorry.
Well, I was just wanting to maybe comment to drill in a little bit more to your question, Commissioner Saltzman's, about the criteria that we use for the recommendation. So the evaluation really is based on the role of Southeast Harrison as a right-of-way serving the adjacent properties and the larger transportation system. And there are 5 criteria out of the comprehensive plan that we look into, in addition to the concurrent land use actions and the transportation element and the neighborhood plan. So the 5 comp plan policies are 6.20 connectivity, 6.21 right-of-way opportunities, which is basically the need for the right-of-way, 8.14, which is natural resources, and that's chiefly focused on view corridors. Number 11.11, which is a street plan requirement to have a logical connected system of public rights-of-way, and the underlying criteria there is 330 feet for a bicycle or a pedestrian spacing for a street, as well as 530 feet for street spacing. And then the last one is to provide for pedestrians with enough circulation and access to light and air, and that's under criteria 12.4.
So right-of-way opportunities means what again?
So that's the basic need for the right-of-way. Let's see here. To preserve the existing right-of-way unless there is no existing or future need for them, established street patterns will not be significantly interrupted and the functional purpose of nearby streets will be maintained. So this is a short segment of right-of-way that is constrained by the existing facilities. We look at rights-of-way for the movement of goods and services, and this will not connect in the near future to any larger system. The street spacing that exists for accommodating vehicles as well as the pedestrian connections that exist meet the connectivity standards.
So these 5 criteria then are the same criteria that the Planning and Sustainability Commission applied in their decision?
In doing the report, they received the findings from these criteria, yes.
So I don't want to put words, I don't want you putting words in their mouth, but I'm curious, was anything in these 5 criteria the basis of their decision to turn down this vacation, the Planning and Sustainability Commission?
I think we can read off to you what the Planning and Sustainability Commission's recommendation was. They ultimately voted to deny the vacation, but they denied it with conditions, and they had 3 conditions, mainly related to the access for the east side plating, which again is not part of the street vacation. That's a separate parcel. I think part of the reason it was brought up is because Eastside Plating had accessed the Harrison right-of-way to get to the adjoining parcel to then get to their door for access. Do you want to read off in summary the conditions that Planning and Sustainability?
Yeah, there are suggestions, yeah.
Suggestions, excuse me, not conditions.
The PSC recommends that if city council chooses to approve the vacation, the following conditions should be included in the approval. Continue to allow Eastside Plating, allow access to Eastside Plating on the south end of their building. Provide for liquid chemical deliveries at the south end of their building or in a similar way. And then 3, require a good neighbor agreement between Eastside Plating and Right to Dream 2.
So OMF has considered the planning and sustainability suggestions and worked with our office to provide a buffer along their parcel, as well as asking us to consider additional on-street parking spaces with frontage improvements and maybe some restriping of Third Avenue there. So Bob can get into any more details.
That's sufficient for me for now.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'd like Bob Gita to continue the presentation.
So Bob Kita, Facility Service to OMF. First, OMF has reviewed the conditions that were.
It's hard to hear you.
Microphone a little closer, there you go.
OMF has reviewed the conditions that are included in the vacation request and accept those conditions. With regards to the Planning and Sustainable Commission comments that you just heard, we went further in meeting with the owners of Eastside Plating as well as some of their safety employees and others. Had a wonderful tour of their facility, got an idea of how the operation worked and the need for the access to their side door, which actually opens up to the OMF parcel. Because of that, we looked into the code requirements. The only code requirement for their business operation was that they have an egress through that door. So we started our planning just to create an egress along that side. With the Planning Commission's review, we determined and had an engineering, PBOT perform an engineering study. And with the information that Eastside Plating had provided us about the size of the delivery truck, we did a couple different scenarios to verify whether or not a truck could actually make the maneuver if we provided a buffer alongside the south end of the building there. So we've created in our planning, and we're going to intend to create a buffer from their building 15 feet out. The buffer will include essentially a driveway, a curved driveway, and a fence area to secure that area to accommodate their deliveries to the same door that they've been receiving deliveries. It will change the method the delivery comes in. They'll have to back in rather than pulling in and turning around and backing up. But the maneuver is possible, and we had that verified. So.
Other questions for any of our staff? Anything else you need to add at this point?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Just, I have a question. So I recognize we're talking about a street vacation, and later we're talking about a siting opportunity, but what I want to avoid is breaking them up arbitrarily and then having questions later that are sort of germane to both. I'll just give you an example. The user agreement, the space use agreement talks about water, sewer, and electricity services to the site. And is that relevant at all to the question of the street vacation? And are there any code issues that come up in terms of how we're going to provide those services and where, and whether this action has any bearing on that?
That would actually be the development, if we were to develop the parcel by itself or the parcel with the street vacation, the same development criteria would apply to how we get water, sewer, and utilities to that site to supply whatever we need for the proposed development.
And Bob, what work has been done scoping out what that would require?
We haven't got into the actual engineering development of any site plans at this point, but the standard water line, sewer line, and electric services are what we expect to have to provide to the site.
And is that, Have you put cost estimates on any of that?
No, sir.
Okay, other questions at this point? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So again, let's prepare and receive testimony from those that want to speak on this item. Again, this is only on the street vacation itself.
We have 14 people signed up. The first three, please come on up, are Amy James, Debbie Kitchen, and Gary Rebning. Rebberg, sorry. And they'll be followed by Scott Henriksen, Mike Stepro, and Jeremy Horn.
And we do appreciate you sticking just to the street vacation, though obviously you get another chance to testify on the proposed use later.
I'd like to go first.
Okay. Andy James, Wise Real Estate Advisors. Mayor, council, the proposal to vacate a portion of Southeast Harrison east of Third Avenue is a terrible idea and should not be approved based on the following reasons. First, the underlying reason for the vacation is illegal use of the property based on the current zoning. Tent camping is a residential
That's not
use.
your- Jermaine.
Sir, this is on whether that street should be maintained by the city of Portland as a public right-of-way for street purposes. The use of the property is a separate decision that we'll get to shortly. So we own this property, that is the OMF property, and there's a street right-of-way in front of it. It is a street right-of-way that runs into a 10-foot tall concrete viaduct that carries the streetcar. The question before the council is, will we ever build a street there, and why? That's
Well-
the only question in this item.
Okay. But the adjacent permitted use is an industrial use.
Uses are a separate question. How the property is zoned, what uses are allowed on the property, those are completely separate decisions. The only decision before this council is, should there ever be a street there, and why? Given the transportation network that the street system is supposed to create. So streets connect to each other. This one can't. It can connect to Third, but it can't physically connect to Martin Luther King anymore, other than by a sidewalk, which already exists. So the question is, why would the city of Portland ever want to put the question in different words than the code, why would the city of Portland ever want to build a street there?
Because it'll allow for turning movements in a safe and safe manner, so you won't be backing people down for their use on East Side Plating's use. You can't say that
Turning movements?
the circulation around the site's going to be improved by vacating the street. In fact, it's going to be made worse. It's going to be made more dangerous.
You could build a driveway on a piece of private property. So,
Are we doing testimony or
yeah, I'm
just
sorry,
debate?
go ahead, but I just want to make sure that we're sticking to the subject
Sure,
matter.
absolutely. But it's one thing if you're backing bread trucks down adjacent to Benson High School and people are out there flagging.
Sir,
It's
can I
another.
call a halt to this for a second? Because I think Debbie has an excellent point. You signed up for 3 minutes, and I'm interested in hearing your testimony, not having a discussion at council, Mayor. You've given him the limitations of his testimony, but I'd like to have each witness given the chance to testify, then we can ask questions.
That's what they're doing. Go ahead.
Well, actually, he's responding to your point, and I'd like to hear the testimony. There's how many people, Carla?
14 on this item, 161,
And how many on the next?
about 40.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So the circulation, if the streets are there for circulation for goods and services and people, to vacate the street and reduce the access to anybody who would use the adjacent property and create a greater hazard, not just to the drivers, but anybody who's occupying that property, is a bad idea.
Okay, I am Debbie Kitchen, and I'm here representing my business, Interworks General Contractors. I'm a property owner and business owner in the Central East Side. The original intent of the land was a transportation-related use. The end use of the land should result in a transportation-related use, either as parking to alleviate district-wide parking pressures or as a roadway providing access to the surrounding properties. The proposal to allow a 15-foot wide access for delivering chemicals to adjacent businesses is not sufficient to assure a safe delivery, and you'll hear more from East Side Plating about that. The existing right-of-way serves as a viable access for emergency vehicles needing direct access to adjacent sites. This is an important life safety issue for the employees of the adjacent businesses as well as potential residents of a homeless camp. The inability of adjacent businesses to use the right-of-way for safety, egress, and safe delivery of chemicals creates a liability for the city's general fund. It's not prudent for the city to pursue vacating this street. The right-of-way, preserving the existing right-of-way for movement of goods is part of the comprehensive plan. And this street has been used for that purpose for 40 to 50 years. It will impact businesses that are in the area and that won't be able to have adequate space, even with the modifications that were made after the Planning and Sustainability Commission ruling. This will create an irreparable harm to the adjacent businesses by vacating the street. So I'm opposing the street vacation.
Afternoon.
Questions? Hi, my name is Gary Renberg. I serve as president of Eastside Plating. ESP has been operating at the 3rd and Stevens site for 70 years. We have 130 employees in Southeast Portland. For the past 50 years, the area to the south of us has been used for a transportation purpose. In 1963, ODOT bought the property under a condemnation proceeding to use for a planned east-west freeway. Harrison Street has been both a parking area for employees and customers of adjacent businesses. It also serves as a key access point for critical, regular chemical deliveries to our waste treatment department occupying the south end of the facility. ODOT has represented over years that the property would remain for stormwater management for the viaduct following the MLK rebuilding and would continue to be available for parking. According to the city auditor's notice of the proposed street vacation, our facility is in the affected area of the street vacation. The loss of Harrison will cause significant damage to our firm in terms of our ability to operate, improve our processes, and continue serving Northwest manufacturers from this facility. I understand communicating the opposition and potential damages is required by Oregon state statute that rules on street vacations. I had the chance to testify back on December 15th when the Portland Planning Commission recommended denying the vacation of Harrison. 9 volunteer citizens devoted themselves to considering the same topic and voted 6-3 to deny the vacation. It's my understanding that the council regularly denies vacation proceedings for city streets that serve a transportation use. Why is the council disagreeing with the Planning Commission recommendation and changing its usual stance on street vacations that serve a transportation use? At the St. Philip Neary neighborhood meeting on 1/30, Commissioner Fritz indicated that without the street vacation, the R2D2 plan won't work. I'm concerned that the street vacation consideration is missing the core of Harrison's existing transportation use and the benefits to Eastside Plating and adjacent businesses. Please do not vote for the Harrison Street vacation as I'm needed to support our business.
Mr. Renberg, I have just a couple of questions because I want to make sure I understand. You saw the handouts that we were given. Were they up on the big screen?
The truck maneuvering diagram.
Maneuvering?
I did not see anything, no.
Well, Mr. Kita was talking about a buffer between the consolidated property to allow a tanker to come in and make. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, and we brought a video commissioner with us that'll show the truck access as well as the vendor is here to be able to comment on that.
I guess I just have 2 basic questions.
Sure.
With the current proposal, will you just describe what kinds of vehicles need to have access to the lane that's created, and what kinds of product are they carrying?
The tanker truck delivers, it's usually got 2,000 gallons of concentrated sodium hydroxide. It's a caustic soda material that we use to raise the pH of materials. It also has 2,000 gallons usually of hydrochloric acid on its contents and is delivered directly to an insulated double-contained tank within that south door.
Hydrochloric acid. And how do you, once the truck comes in and makes a delivery, how does it get out? Under this proposal?
I'm sorry, which proposal?
The proposal that we're considering. I mean, I understand without the street vacation, apparently you can go in and curl around Harrison. If Harrison is vacated, how does the truck get out?
There's no current way for the truck to get out. And I'm not aware of what the proposal is. I haven't seen any alternate proposals.
Commissioner Novick, what's the current proposal, as you understand it, for egress and for access of any chemical trucks that with east side plating?
I'd like to actually ask staff to come up and respond.
I'm done. Why don't you stay?
Mr. Renberg, how frequently do you have those deliveries?
They're-
Daily, weekly? or-
They're regularly. Weekly would be a good measure, yes.
So,
So the actual, as proposed, what they demonstrate to us is a double tank truck. And so we did an analysis using a double tank truck, backing into the 15-foot buffer. What currently happens is the truck pulls across the OMF property, turns then onto Harrison, and then backs up towards the door to then get to the 50-foot of the door. So what we're proposing is the truck would do the maneuver on Third, backing into the buffer to then get the 50-foot length of the door. The 50 feet is the critical piece because the hose length, they don't want to go further than 50 feet of hose length. So that's what we've created to make sure that we have that type of buffer to get the truck in. So Commissioner, to answer your question, in this proposal, the truck pulls forward out onto the street.
So you back in the truck's width is about 8 feet?
Truck's width is about 8 feet. and we're
You're
doing a
proposing a 15-foot roadway
That's correct.
that the truck would back into, okay, and what's the okay, well, but we haven't discussed the physical barrier, so, Bob, have we done some kind of safety assessment about, that as a procedure for delivering chemicals backing into the site? And are we regulated at the federal, state, or local level when we think about these kinds of chemicals being delivered to this kind of facility?
Right. Our research could not find anything that showed that there was a requirement that it could not back into a facility. The owner has indicated that the hauler has indicated that they're not willing to back into a facility because of the double tank situation. But again, the design we did shows that a double tanker could actually perform that maneuver and perform it within the boundaries that we've created.
Is the tanker here, I take it's a third-party company? It's not your?
That's correct.
It's not your
yes.
company, sir? So if the company that delivers the chemicals is not willing to back in for whatever reason, and I don't know as I sit here whether it's safety reasons, federal transportation reasons, common sense, I don't know. What would be the alternative for delivering chemicals to the plant?
We, for 70 years, the waste treatment facility has been at that south end of the facility. So we have a huge investment at that lower end that's where all the effluent treatment occurs. The safest way for us to deliver chemistry has been through a dedicated, double-contained, heated tank that's accessed through that door. Most recently permitted through a big capital addition in 2013 by the city with that specified chemistry storage right inside the door.
Well, if that wasn't available to you, sir, what alternatives would you explore?
We would explore caustic soda, weighs about 15 pounds a gallon. A 55-gallon drum would weigh 750 pounds. My waste treatment operator is about 160 pounds of pure strength, but he would have to manually, instead of being able to deliver up to 500 gallons of material at a time, do 500-gallon individual shots through the western end of that lower building via Heister.
You lost me on that, but I'm just,
We'd have to have smaller units. It would be a handling challenge for the weight of the material.
You'd
be using a forklift.
It'd be more costly.
Right.
Yes.
okay.
Fewer containers, more frequent deliveries.
But at least, I'm just going off the diagram, I'm trying to stay within the confines of the question before us, and I have this chart, which has a 15-foot roadway that I guess assumes that a truck backs in. And so your testimony is that your truckers, this does not meet the specifications of whoever you hire to deliver the chemicals or pick up the chemicals, because they're not going to back a double, whatever you said, a double
That is correct,
tanker into
yes.
that location.
Yes.
And have you shared that concern with the city as part of this process?
I have, yes, yeah. And you'll hear from they're signed up to testify shortly, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay.
Next three are Scott Hendrickson, Mike Steepro, and Jeremy Horn, and they'll be followed by Tracy Fink, Tim Lamb, and Linda Crossan.
Okay. Have you got slides that you need us to see?
Yes, I've got the video.
Okay, have you got that, Carla? Just want to make sure we can get our PA system to cooperate. Okay, I think we've got it. You want to start with that then, since?
Certainly. My name's Scott Hendrickson. I'm with Eastside Plating, the Environmental Health and Safety Manager. And I have a short 2-minute video showing the North Star truck delivering the bulk caustic. So what you'll see is this truck pulling in off of 3rd Avenue onto the property that is adjacent to Harrison Street. The building on the left that's about to come into view is our Eastside Plating facility. It is a high hazard group H4 occupancy due to the presence of corrosive and toxic chemicals. So this truck, as you'll see as it comes down here, it's going to make a turn onto Harrison Street, which is much wider than a 15-foot radius. So what we do is we're delivering this bulk sodium hydroxide into that facility. And touching on some of the earlier questions, with this type of delivery occurs once a month currently because we're using telemetry to monitor the level in our tank. Prior to the use of that telemetry, we were getting a delivery like this once a week. If we were to lose the ability to do this bulk caustic delivery, we would have to go to possibly at least once a week, possibly more frequently. And this is the turn the truck is making onto Harrison Street. You can see him grazing up against the far edge of it there as he's trying to make that turn. And now he's going to pull forward all the way up to 3rd Avenue before he stops and reverses to start backing up to our facility. So at this point, he's backing up. He's used the entire length of Harrison Street. He's now backing up to the corner of the property that's adjacent to it. And you'll see the door that we're going through here momentarily. I mean, as you can see here, Eastside Plating has been using this method for years. I mean, Harrison Street has been a regular part of that. And that pretty much brings it to the end here of what, just showing how the truck delivers chemical.
So, a couple of questions come to mind seeing this. First of all, most of the space that Mr. Kita, could we leave that up? Most of the space that Mr. Kita described as a potential alleyway for the truck to be able to back into is now occupied by parking. Employee parking, I must assume, right?
Some of it is our employee parking, or some of our employees do park there. Some of it is the adjacent businesses. There's a tow truck facility across the street that usually pulls in there to stage their vehicles. There are also other neighborhood businesses that their employees park in the same area.
And obviously from this video, the truck has entered, here.
Yes, pulled in forward right about that space, turned around on Harrison Street and then backed up on Harrison.
This is a fee simple piece of real estate which the state of Oregon has sold to the city of Portland?
Yes, and
So
Mr. Renberg just previously was testifying that back in the 1960s, that the state had acquired that property and
For
made
freeway,
indication
right.
that it would be available if they had no use for it, which has been the practice since 1963.
Right, but it is a piece of fee simple real estate, which they have sold.
I'm not familiar with V Simple.
It means you can own it.
Okay.
So they owned it, they sold it to us, the city. They might have sold it to a private owner because this is now surplus property. It was purchased to build the Mount Hood Freeway. And so your business has been relying on the use of this piece of real estate and this public right-of-way to conduct the truck maneuver that you just described. If the state of Oregon had sold that property to a private party and they proposed an industrial use for that site, we would have to approve it if it met our building code requirements, because it's an industrial district and this is a piece of land that you or I or anyone else could buy.
Right. Would that also require that you vacate Harrison Street to add to that property?
Not
Which is what this
necessarily.
meeting is about.
No, not necessarily. But I'm saying that with the video you just showed us shows you relying on the free available use of a piece of real estate plus the free and available use of this unbuilt city right-of-way in
Right.
order to conduct.
Yes, we are showing the use of the city right-of-way and we're taking advantage of the property that's been available for sale since the 1960s when it was taken from the original owners through legal processes.
So can I follow up on something, Charlie? The video also shows the truck backing up. So can you help us understand why in the video they're able to navigate by backing up, but under the proposal that's before us, it would not be feasible?
All right. It's based on the view that the truck driver has. When he's at Harrison Street, he's able to pull into there and then straighten out and then back up essentially straight. As he's coming down Third Avenue curves at the point of east side plating around this property underneath the overpass for the, I believe it's the light rail. And so there's a very different, it's no longer a straight line of sight. So he would have to pull in past the point and then start making a curve on an already curved part of the street. So he no longer has visibility in his back as he's backing up, and there's traffic coming around a relatively blind corner at that point that may not see them he may not see them either as he's trying to back up. So it's visibility from the Third Avenue and Division Street as he's trying to get there.
I'm not trying to argue the point, but I just want to ask you, if this is a monthly occurrence or even a weekly occurrence, couldn't there be measures put into place, including having a flagger or some group of people assisting to make it work if that was required?
Theoretically, I believe that is possible, but who would the flagger be, and do they have the right to actually stop people, and will people always do that as they're coming around through the?
I'm just asking. And then could you again, just in plain English, tell us what sodium hydroxide is?
Sodium hydroxide is its common name is caustic soda. It's a high pH chemical. It's basically, sodium chloride is table salt. Sodium hydroxide is a sodium ion with hydroxide, which it has a really high pH around 14. I mean, sodium hydroxide is as close to a common term as I can come up with. I don't know what else. Drano would be the most close thing.
It's a toxic chemical? Is it? Or
It depends on how you define toxic. If you go to the emergency response guide, the criteria that this would be categorized would be considered toxic, yes. Under the fire code, it is corrosive, not toxic.
So I live in southeast Portland and I pass by this site pretty frequently. I didn't keep a log, but for much of the last year, the site was periodically occupied by a sort of randomly parked group of recreational vehicles, which I believe might have had people living in them. How did that interfere with your deliveries, and how did you respond to that interference?
Yes, it did interfere. It got to the point where those RVs that were parked in the area had blocked the access for that truck, so the truck driver, for safety reasons, refused to deliver there anymore. What we ended up having to do is purchase drums of caustic soda, the sodium hydroxide, and maneuver it through the plant manually and stop using the bulk heated tank that we use.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, please.
Mike Sepro, North Star Chemical. And just to reiterate Scott's point, the ability to back in the truck is not the issue. I mean, backing the truck's not the issue. It's backing in off of 3rd Street on the corner that's the issue, is the visibility. Because in a sense, in not being able to make the U-turn, in a sense, we have to stop on Third Street and back in off that corner where the visibility is low. This is where the real issue is, the safety.
So it's not a DOT regulation
No.
or something like that that says you
No.
can't back in? Okay. Anything else?
Hi, my name is Jeremy Horn. I'm the technical director at Eastside Plating. I'm a chemical engineer with over 18 years in the electroplating, metal finishing industry. As we have clearly shown, Harrison Street is currently being used for transportation purposes at Eastside Plating. We use numerous chemicals in our facility to process parts, treat waste streams, and maintain our regulatory requirements. We use hazardous solids and liquids to precipitate heavy metals such as copper, nickel, and zinc from our wastewater discharge. We use chemicals in our treatment systems in order to take an environmental hazard and create clean water that we discharge to the city's sewer systems. We use strong acids and bases to neutralize corrosive liquids and convert them to a non-corrosive state. These processes occur in the southern portion of our facility, immediately adjacent to the ODOT right-of-way the city recently acquired. Without the use of these chemicals, we cannot operate our business or be able to maintain our
Tim Lamb and Linda Crossan, and they'll be followed by Susan Keel, Tim Merrill, and Robert Jackson.
Since 1963. Yeah. It's got a market value of about $300,000.
Who are the first three?
The first three are Tracy Fink, Tim Lamb, and Linda Crossan. They're followed by Susan Keel, Tim Merrill, and Robert Jackson. So this should be Tracy, Tim, and Linda now.
Thanks, folks. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Whoever would like to go first, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Fink, and I'm the plant manager of Eastside Plating. Thanks for listening to the following points concerning the vacation of Harrison Street. I am responsible for 19 employees currently working at the Stevens plant. We work hard to keep our employees safe by providing hazardous materials training, providing personal protective equipment, and regularly drilling our evacuation procedures and working with the local fire departments. When the fire department visits with us to understand where hazardous materials are located within our facility, they park their fire engines on Harrison Street. We use the area to the south of our building, south of Harrison, as our evacuation meeting area. We have busy streets on the east and west side of the building, and east side distilling directly to the north. There is no other place for us to congregate in the event of an emergency evacuation. This area to the south of our building has been chosen as our muster area to also avoid potential interference with emergency response vehicles. Employees park on the property to the south, on Harrison Street, and on Stevens. The ODOT right-of-way property is accessed via Harrison. We purchase parking permits for the employees each year. I have worked with the ODOT and PBOT contractors for the MLK viaduct replacement in 2010 and the streetcar extension in 2011 to verify there were no plans to keep my employees from being able to park on the adjacent property. Please help me preserve the property for emergency access and do not approve the vacation of Harrison Street.
Since
Thank
you're
you.
the plant manager, you might be the right one to answer this question. So on the west side of your business here, on your property, there's this parking area here. And there are cars parked here, but there's a 20-foot by 18-foot loading dock door here, and there's a 10-foot by 18-foot loading dock door there. What are those loading docks used for?
That is access to the processing lines.
And can the chemicals that we're discussing here that are now being delivered,
We deliver the parts to be processed into that door, and then after they're processed, they're removed out of that door
I
from
see.
that. So the parts are actually staged right in the entrance of the doors.
All right, other questions? Go
I
ahead.
just have a comment, Mr. Fink, in light of some of the other issues that are going on in industrial businesses in the southeast quadrant. I just want to compliment you. Everything I've heard about this, your business and its safety procedures are outstanding, and I just want to thank you for running a good business in the Central East Side.
Thank you.
That's kind of you, thank you. My name is Tim Lamb, and I am a business owner of Eastside Plating, and and I genuinely appreciate this opportunity to be able to speak to you guys today. You know, I guess the reason I wanted to testify is because I'm really concerned about the vacating of the 3rd Street and the connection that it has, and I understand that we're going to talk about after this too. But it does connect in the sense that it really affects Eastside Plating's ability to be able to serve our customers. Eastside Plating does not manufacture parts, but actually services a lot of manufacturings by offering polishing and plating and powder coating and anodizing to these customers. So there's a lot of businesses that we all know that Eastside Plating supports that may not be able to do business as easy or even do business in Oregon if we weren't able to provide these finishes for them. The thing is our customers dictate all the processes that we have. We offer 4 times as much as any of our competition does, and that's because customers comes with needs. So we look at it and we ask, assess whether we can actually put this in. So with this being said, it's important for us to be able to have the ability to be able to change our processes. And by changing these processes, it means we're changing some of the chemicals. And that's what we've done in this last thing here. We actually put in this anodizing line in 2013, and there was an assessment that had to be done by engineers to be able to say whether we could put something in within 200 feet around this area. And based on because of the hazardous chemicals that are going to be used in this process. With this being done, and they saw that this was just ODOT property to the south of us, it was really approved for us. So,
I'm sorry, approved by whom?
it was actually approved for us to, the city approved for us to be able to have the permit to be able to put this in based on that. So we did put it in and we've operated it. I guess my concern is that without having the street of delivering of chemicals, I'm going to be limited to what kind of processes I can offer to customers. Today we're doing these. It may be something different in the future. And if I can clarify just a little bit about the sodium hydroxide too, because I hear the laughs and the snickers in the audience that says, oh gosh, well, why can't they just deliver in another method? The thing is, it is a very blind corner. Even when I'm driving in there as a person not driving a big truck, I end up going out on Harrison Street because the traffic comes around there very, very quickly. There's a berm that you can't see very well. It is really blind. So that's part of the reason of using Harrison Street is to exit, to be able to get out. But the other thing about the chemicals that they snicker about, backing that truck in would be hazardous. But the other thing, having it in drums is not as simple as just being an inconvenience to us. It has to be heated. So 58 degrees, what's our temperature today? It can freeze if it goes below that temperature. And when they're in drums, how do I keep all these drums from freezing? How do I move all this stuff and keep them warm? So with this situation in the back, it actually is liquid is pumped in, it's heated hoses, so that chemical is brought in so it isn't going to freeze, into a tank that's heated. It's there. It's not just as simple as, can someone use a forklift just to move this in the back?
And again, we're trying to understand the operation, and frankly, it's hard to credit this problem from our point of view.
I understand
Not
that.
because you've been relying on the free use of an adjacent piece of land,
Yes.
aside from this street vacation issue.
Yes.
And so ODOT could have sold that land to anybody.
Ooh, we would have loved to have be able to talk to them about that.
Well, but
We
they
would have.
could have sold it to anyone, or they could have built something on it. It was a
And
feasible.
we didn't have that opportunity, but you're right. They could have built something and we may have
So
not
are
had
you
that.
telling us that it's impossible to move this product through a 100-foot hose instead of through a 50-foot hose? And the city couldn't provide you a pull-out on the street? We accommodate industrial processes all over the city.
We
have people
appreciate
making steel and boxcars that have to be moved across city streets. We have all kinds of industrial processes in the
Yes,
city.
yes.
But it's pretty hard for me to credit a situation in which you've made a major investment in the
Yes.
reliance on trespassing on an adjacent property, regardless of who owns it.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of relying on the city providing you access and perhaps a permit for a 100-foot insulated conduit that would take the product from a pumping station at the pullout at the curb to the interior business. Again, I don't understand the plating business, but, you know,
sure.
I've been around construction a little bit, so it
Right.
seems to me there might be an engineering solution to the question of moving product out of a truck
Yes.
into a business that doesn't rely on trespassing on a conveniently located adjacent piece of property.
Right.
So why did you as a business person rely on that?
Well, because of the past in 1963, they had indicated that this would always be a parking lot that you guys would be able to park your vehicles on. So that is why we have used it since that amount of
Any
time.
sort of assurance in writing from ODOT about that?
No, they have not given us any assurance or any. But that was confirmed again when they were doing the streetcars, that same thing from ODOT also confirmed that same thing to us. So that's why, the question is why? That's why.
Well, they took the
Because-
property to build a freeway there. They might have done that.
Yes, they would have, and they said that it will not have affected you guys because it would be overhead and you guys would be allowed to park underneath it. So that's what we were told. You know, maybe it's a different story, and I understand you're not understanding the planning part of it, and I appreciate you trying to understand that. To my understanding, to answer the question about the 100-foot hose, I believe our supplier said that they're not willing to be able to do that. I think the other question about, you know, is there another way that we can get it? Why would we be doing this? Why would we be doing chemicals? If we would have known that this situation would have come in 2008, I don't think we would have put this process in down there, and we wouldn't have had as much of a need to have this chemical in here now. We've made a huge investment in this new process and this new line that I need to have this chemistry here.
Oh, can I just jump in for a second?
Yes.
Because this is a great discussion, and,
Sure.
you know, we recently had two pretty extensive hearings on something called Ivy Island in North Portland, and we talked about all the logistics of how we were gonna build out a corner lot and all the safety issues, and so we take these things very seriously. I think
Yes.
one of the questions is, as you look at this proposal, and again, all we're talking about now is the street vacation.
Yes, that's
We're
right.
not talking about the use of the property, and the mayor's correct. It could be developed for many purposes, and you're right back.
Could be.
to the-
We'd be in the same boat.
You're right in the same boat.
Sure.
So I guess the
understand that.
question is, for me, are there mitigation measures that are not currently before us that would make this easier for you? For example, Mr. Kita has said this would be a 15-foot wide dedicated strip. I'm not an engineer.
Mhm.
We've got engineers up here. We've got lots of smart people in this room. But are there reasonable things we could do to work with you to mitigate the impact of this decision so you could continue to be a successful business? And the mayor has said, you have the mayor and the transportation commissioner here, there might be something we could do on Third. It could be some dedicated something. I haven't heard Mr. Kita say the 15-foot is locked in stone, that if there's a reason to, but do you foresee a possibility if this passes, where over a particular period of time, you could work with the city to mitigate the impact and come up with something that actually works for you? Because I think you're also hearing from this panel that this concept is not designed to put you out of business.
And we appreciate that, and thank you for asking that, because I do appreciate to be able to stress the point. I know we're talking about the vacating of this, and I know the R2D2 thing is a big thing, and everybody wants to keep it separate, but it's together. And what I'm trying to say is that this is the underlining. I don't know of anything, but we definitely want to look at it. I'm up here trying to say there's a concern, there's a safety issue. If there's a safety issue for people coming around that corner, it's a safety issue for that truck, for people running into it. It's a safety issue of us hauling that chemical back into the back of our plants.
Well, sir, I
Yes.
take the safety issue very seriously because later on today, we're going to talk about putting human beings adjacent to that turn. So the safety issues, particularly in light of the bullseye and other things in the news,
Exactly.
we take those very seriously. So
Yes,
you've got my full attention on that.
Yes.
What I'm just trying to figure out off of this phase is whether, within a reasonable period of time, the city, working with you, could come up with an alternative plan that allows you to continue to be successful.
yeah, and that's what I was saying about, we're concerned about the safety. I don't know what those would be, but absolutely we would want to talk to them about it. Absolutely, we want to figure out some way to do it. We don't want to go out of business. I believe that you guys don't want to put us out of business, and we want to find a solution to be able to, but I honestly do not know of something that could do that. But I am concerned about the safety, and if we can address those safety issues, let's find a way to make things
Well,
happen.
let me suggest something, because I'm not an engineer, but I'll play one on TV. But I am the son of a civil engineer, and I've worked in the construction industry for much of my life. And I worked for an engineering firm that designed roadways for 10 years. So I might ask you to confer with our engineers about this. But your colleague just video demonstrated a maneuver in which
Yes.
a double truck came down this street, turned at 45 degrees into this parcel of land,
Yes,
made a hairpin turn here,
yes,
and backed up this way.
yes,
Might it be possible
yes,
for the same truck to come up this street, make a 25-degree turn into a driveway that then joins the asphalt parking lot of your business and allows the truck to back up into this space right here? It seems to me that the turning movements that I just described have smaller radii than the turning movements that you're already using to access the site. And if we gave you a driveway here, an asphalt driveway that left Third Avenue at a gentle angle, connected to your own parking lot in front of your own loading docks, and allowed you to back the truck up into this space, maybe it needs to be 20 feet wide instead of 15 feet wide. I don't know. The engineers can figure that out. But it seems to me, given the demonstration that you just showed us, that the physics allow your truck to safely leave the roadway,
yes.
get onto private property, some of ours, some of yours. We'll be happy to lease it to you for $1. ODOT, it was free from ODOT, but we'll make you almost as good a deal.
Thank you.
And then you can back your truck up on a paved surface instead
Yes.
of bumping around on a dirt lot. It just seems to me, on a common sense basis, that's why I'm having a hard time crediting this argument that this is an existential threat to your business.
I think
Because it seems to me we simply have a truck maneuvering problem here.
I think physically, what you described absolutely can happen. I think that the truck would actually have to come from the east going towards the west around there from that direction, just as you described.
Right.
That area that is right in the front of that is the property right in front of that dock, is not big enough for that truck to be able to pull in. Now, you did mention, well, maybe there can be another road. Those are the things we got to talk about. But pulling into there, the other thing that throws a little wrench into it that doesn't show on there, or I don't know if it does, but there's a telephone pole in there too.
That can be moved.
Yeah, so
I
the
know telephone poles can be
But the
moved.
telephone pole is right in the center of that. So as you spoke, why couldn't they do that today? They couldn't do it today because of the telephone pole, and that is not enough area. They would have to be out in Third Street, which has very little visibility, and traffic
No,
goes around there
I
very quickly.
understand, but I'm suggesting that we could cooperate with you and build a truck pullout here that enabled the movement of your vehicle to service your business, might rely on moving a telephone pole.
Sure.
These things happen. And then create a safe maneuvering area for your truck to back up to your loading dock.
That's
I'm
what we're
accepting
looking
at
for, a
face
safe.
value the argument that there's no other way to get the chemicals into your business but through this single human-sized door back here instead of through the large loading dock doors out front. I'm accepting that argument. But it seems to me that if the problem is getting a truck from this street to this side of the business,
Right.
it's a hell of a lot easier, excuse my French, to do that at this angle
Sure.
than it is in the crazy curlicue that was just shown to us on the video.
Oh, absolutely, and I think the reason they chose that is there's not all the traffic on Harrison Street. But you're exactly right. It's actually more of the correct angle for backing in,
Right.
going the direction you're talking about. But why would they do that before now? It's because there hasn't been a lot of traffic.
Right. Didn't
So
need
that's
to.
the only
Can I
reason
make
why.
a suggestion? Because that colloquy helped me understand the whole thing. So you play a good one on TV.
All right,
So,
I won't quit my day job just yet.
Since we still have another 10 or so people testifying, might we suggest that these gentlemen and our team talk about a potential condition that we could take up as a condition, in the same way that PSC put a condition on their recommendation, perhaps we could craft a condition of the ordinance that could be considered by council.
I love that suggestion. If you'd be willing to talk with Christine and the other staff in the back of the room while we
We're
continue
always
the hearing, that might
willing
be
to
very
talk.
helpful.
Doesn't
to both
prejudge
of
how
us.
this ends, but it would give the council a chance to have a condition to consider. And you've raised the question, and I think we want to consider it.
Mr. Lam, I want to thank you and your family for attending the forum that we had at St. Philip and
Yes.
just for being part of the conversation.
We appreciate being invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate your patience with that discussion. Thanks, it's
Sure.
helpful to
No,
me.
I
Hope it's
appreciate
helpful
that
to you.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Sorry.
Hi. My name is Linda Crossan, and thank you all for listening to my key points concerning the vacation of Harrison Street that you're considering. I've been working at Eastside for 43 years, and have been parking on the south side of the facility for much of that time. I recall a time not too long ago when 45 employees worked here, and we sometimes operated around the clock. A few months ago, homeless campers obstructed access to the southern door of our waste treatment area, and the chemical delivery driver was not willing to risk delivery due to obstruction. The police came with their hazmat suits and cleared the area so that we could receive the chemistry we needed. Please don't vote to vacate Harrison Street since it's critical for our transportation and chemistry delivery and parking for employee customers. If you get rid of all that, where are we gonna park? That's another question. I mean, if you look on Division. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
The next three are Susan Keel, Tim Merrill, and Robert Jackson. And then the last person who signed up is David Keefe Davis.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Go ahead, Sue.
Kind of a short group here now.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I am Susan Keel, Chair of the Board of OMSI. As a museum that attracts 1 million people annually, it's our role to provide a vibrant and engaging space for our guests. As a business that employs over 300 people in the Central East Side, it's our duty to defend our community from harmful actions by the city, however well-intended they are. Our concerns can be summarized into 3 main points. The vacation would present a significant burden on local businesses. You've heard about East Side. There are others that use this street. East Side Plating, which is a fine environmental company. I used to be their regulator. They work hard at doing their job well. They'd be forced to overhaul their shipments, as you have heard, and they would lose vital life safety egress out of that. As part of their permit under the fire marshal, they have to have that life safety egress. And from our OMSI's perspective, the vacation would call into question the life safety access to a business that's across the tracks, just across the tracks from us. Secondly, as the Planning and Sustainability Commission stated, one commissioner said, if this vacation hurts the neighboring businesses, I have an issue with it. Another said, we have a community that needs a place to live, but we have industrial land to protect, a duty to help local businesses grow and survive. And finally, we do have a responsibility to promote and preserve business. This is exactly the kind of business that you want to help grow. It goes against the very plan that we all worked on to create. We worked alongside the city for 2 years to create that Southeast Quadrant plan. I guess in conclusion, if you're looking for a solution to this situation, you've got debilitating impact on business, and this proposal is not going to make it one bit better.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Tim Merrill. I'm an architect, and I volunteered to prepare the site plan for this project. And in doing so, I conferred with Bob Kita, and they have shown me diagrams that describe the truck being able to back into the site satisfactorily. I'm convinced that you can accommodate the industrial use next door and be able to make this work. That said, I'd also like to say that my wife has a business in that area. My daughter is on the board of CEIC, and I have been hearing quite a bit about the problems of the homeless in that area. And so I hear this nightly at the dinner table. My daughter voted against the vacation of this street, so I know all about it. And I'm saying that a good deal of the objection to the vacation of the street has to do with not the homeless problem in that area. And so I would recommend that the city do something in a major fashion to deal with the homeless issue, in particular with that area. And there are schools that could be occupied. There's a prison with 525 vacant beds in it. There are other options beyond a tarp on the sidewalk that could alleviate a lot of the problems and objections of that neighborhood. So please consider doing something big.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Robert Jackson. I'm a homeless advocate at Quinault Indian. I've chaired my Tribal Housing Authority, chaired my Tribal Enterprise Board. We're the largest employer in Grays Harbor County. So I've had experience on both sides. The issue the mayor brings up is when the city bought the property, there was a title report, and if there had been a covenant to give back the land to someone, it would have showed up in the title report, and the owners would have filed a lawsuit. So being it's not of record, a covenant for taking the land, then I agree with the mayor that that's not a valid issue. I've also chaired a planning commission. Of course, there's always NIMBY. NIMBY says, let's put this impact in another location. I'll give you an example of that. Cathedral City, California, where Bob Hope lived, they petitioned the legislature of California to put their low-income housing in another city, that they wouldn't even consider low-income housing in the city, Cathedral City. It actually made it through the legislature and a veto of the governor. So we've been down this road quite often dealing with homelessness. And so I would advocate support for this proposal. It is an interim proposal. It is not the definitive solution to homelessness. It's only a temporary facility. If you look at the future of this facility and say, yes, we would like to build permanent low-income housing and provide this to this organization, then that should be a covenant as well, and a fair market value for them to purchase the property at an established price so that they could go forward with future development. If they want to expand into other facilities and train other people, then perhaps that could also be a benefit to the city. That could be a training ground. So if you needed to build additional facilities temporarily, then under your state of emergency, then it would be a way of certification.
Okay, anyone else besides Mr. Davis? All right, you'll be the last one.
So I just wanted to say that the relocation of Right to Dream 2 would actually be a good solution.
Yeah, but we're not on that yet. We're on the street vacation, just the street
Oh, I know.
vacation.
But I'm just saying that there was RVs parked there last summer during one of the biggest homeless sweeps that we filmed from Fight the Sweeps Portland at 3rd and Harrison. So there was definitely deliveries going on all summer with the chemicals and all that. So I don't see that there's any real issue with, because that space has been vacated, and basically that video is just to show their angle and their narrative. It's very easy to, as a videographer and stuff, I could actually just prove the same thing with my little video camera or I could prove that there's plenty of room to actually move. So I don't think that video proved much at all. That's all I got to say for now.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, do we need some staff backup, please? And I think Commissioner Fish
I
has
have an amendment where we're scrubbing.
Okay. Come on up, please. Christine, Bob.
Bob, we're killing time until the amendment's done, so where are you taking your summer vacation?
Ireland.
Go from wet to wet.
There you go.
Yeah, so other questions before we get to the amendment? Anyone has staff here? So I understand there has been some discussion about a way to amend this to deal with the engineering issue.
Bob, just a question, general, thank you. Okay. In this exhibit map we have, it doesn't, does it, or is this intended to reflect the space for the vehicle, or is this?
No, that's just showing the property line of the OMF property.
And it does the street vacation action before us block in stone what might be here?
No,
Okay, so that could be determined at some future.
right, the development will be what addresses that.
Mayor, I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of an additional condition for moving forward under this ordinance.
Okay.
And it reads as follows. Let me see where this would go.
Part C now, under the council's directives, 1
Take the
through
font- oh, excuse me.
7, I think.
Yes, I'm sorry. So this would be, so my amendment would be as follows. It would be a new condition number 8.
I believe that's correct.
I think we're on the right track.
Yep, I see it, page 4.
And it shall read as follow. The city shall work in good faith towards a reasonable engineering design to more easily accommodate the delivery of chemicals to East Side Plating.
Okay. Is there a second?
To more easily accommodate, could we just have to accommodate?
Please, I'm not,
I would
this
say
is
to
a
accommodate.
collaborative exercise. I
To
have,
accommodate delivery to East Side Plating.
Because, and that binds us, and I'm very comfortable with that, that binds us with reaching an engineering solution that actually works.
right, so we've agreed in good faith to work to get a reasonable engineering design to accommodate chemical delivery to East Side Plating.
Second.
Further discussion on that amendment?
And the mayor has given, I think, the best description of this, of the group, so
I'm very comfortable with that. So let's take a vote, please, on adopting that amendment.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman. Novick.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye, and I want to add that I appreciate the language, and I want to make sure that the intent is clear, because there was at least an assumption in this hearing that the city council would be willing to consider a scenario in which we vacate this street and it makes business operation of East Side Plating infeasible. And that would be unacceptable to me. And I think it's unacceptable to my colleagues. But as I think the discussion illustrated here, and as the amendment cements, it is our intent, and we will not proceed unless we can provide a practical way for a truck or trucks to deliver the material that's necessary for the operation of this business in a way that doesn't do any significant harm to their operations. As my discussion with the owner, I think, illustrated, even an amateur, namely me, can at least look at this map and this diagram and that video and come to a conclusion that it is possible on the combination of the vacated right-of-way and the property that the city of Portland owns and the parking area on the west side of East Side Plating to be able to accommodate the truck movements that are necessary for the operation of this business. If that proves to be an incorrect assumption, then nothing can happen here.
And Mayor, just so we're clear, we have 3 matters before us, and you have directed us not to prejudge them. So this is a street vacation subject to the presentation we've had. This amendment was designed to address what I thought were valid concerns raised by the owner of the business, and we've now made this a condition of moving forward. And again, we have not reached the merits of the other issues before us.
Correct. Okay, thank you very much.
So Commissioner Salzman, with the addition of this condition, are you comfortable with adding an emergency clause?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move a roll call on the adding the emergency clause.
Okay, please take the roll on that, please.
There's a motion for the emergency
This
clause.
is on the addition of the emergency clause.
Commissioner Novick, and I second it.
Okay. Right. Fritz.
Aye.
Fish. Saltzman.
Well, in reviewing the criteria under which we make a decision about street vacation, it really seems like most of our relevant criteria don't apply to this little remnant of Southeast Harrison. I can't create any conceivable arguments that would justify denying this vacation request under the applicable criteria, so therefore I vote aye.
Novick,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, any further discussion before we act on the matter itself? Then,
Oh, I thought we were.
so that was just the addition of the emergency
Oh,
clause.
okay.
So,
It was a very nice speech.
Give my speech, all right.
All right, you can do it again.
Been doing a lot this week.
So then let's take a vote on the proposal overall, please, on the vacation.
Fritz.
This is one step at a time, and I appreciate the good discussion. As I said, I very much appreciate the good business of East Side Plating and the fact that it has been proven to be a good business over many years, and we want it to continue to be so. So I also appreciate staff and the discussion of the Planning Commission, and I appreciate my colleagues agreeing to take this step. Aye.
Fish.
Yes, I want to I think this has been a very useful hearing, and I particularly appreciate the testimony of the owner and walking us through the concerns. And I sincerely hope the condition that we've added allows us to find the middle ground on the issues that you've raised. And thank you, sir. Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Novick,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on next to the next two items, and why don't you read those together, please, I think? Yes? Yes.
162, approve and adopt zoning confirmation letter responding to request for zoning confirmation on Southeast Third and Harrison submitted by Right to Dream 2. And 163, affirm the City of Portland's intent to relocate Right to Dream 2 onto city property located on Southeast Third and Harrison.
Okay. Commissioner Fritz, would you like to start?
You have the next bit.
I'm sorry, I do.
You're going to be talking about the wider picture of the
Yes,
state of emergency.
Yes, I'm sorry, I had you queued up here, but
all right.
you're right, I should go first. Okay, welcome, everyone. So the purpose of these two items is to allow the development of a new site for Right to Dream 2. The context for this is that we are in a housing state of emergency. Those aren't just words, those are a formal declaration of a unanimous vote of this city council. We've been in that state of emergency now for a little more than 4 months. During that time, we have, as a community, between the efforts of the City of Portland, Multnomah County, and local churches, opened more than 400 new shelter beds in our city. We have finished housing our backlog of homeless veterans, although there are, of course, new homeless veterans every month, and they need to be housed as well. But we began last year with 690 homeless veterans in Portland, and we housed 695. That's a good start. The council has dedicated $354 million, let me say that again, $354 million to affordable housing and homelessness. So this is a serious crisis that is getting serious attention from local governments, not just the city, but also Multnomah County, the Housing Authority, Home Forward, that is, City of Gresham, and others. And I'm proud of that work. Meanwhile, there have been a lot of solutions created at the community level, and Right to Dream 2 is one of them. They have been in Old Town for 5 years. I have a memorandum here from the commander of the Central Precinct who says this: the Portland Police Bureau quickly established a positive relationship with Right to Dream 2 since its inception. We did not and do not experience increased calls for service at R2D2. In fact, it appears that R2D2 manages whatever incidents occur within its borders without police intervention. Upon inquiry with our police officers who routinely work the area, I am assured that calls to R2D2 are essentially non-existent. Signed, Sarah Westbrook, who's the commander of Central Precinct. So I, as the police commissioner, appreciate the fact that not only are people finding a safe place to rest and access services and move into housing in many cases, but also that they've made part of our city a little safer. Because I can't think of another corner in the central city where Central Precinct officers haven't been called to a problem over the course of the last 5 years. So I want to thank R2D2 for that work as well. I believe that this site is a good location for a temporary solution, and that's what we're about here. Commissioner Fritz?
And thank you, Mayor, we did have a work session, a 2-hour work session on what the council is doing in partnership with the county and Home Forward with a Home for Everyone to establish a home for everyone, a real home. Let's be very clear, nobody here thinks that living in a tent is an ideal solution. Nobody thinks that this is the option for helping people who are living outside. There are many of us here who feel that this living in a safe place with a community of supportive people and with services is a lot better than sleeping under a tarp on a sidewalk or sleeping in a tent by yourself in some unknown location. And so we're not here to deliberate on the housing strategy, the bigger houselessness issue. What we're looking at is this a good place for the successful Right to Dream 2 community to have a new location? So in the Planning Commission's review, Planning Sustainability Commission asked the council if we pass the street vacation to add 3 conditions. One is to address the concerns of the adjacent property owner, which we had just promised to do. The second is to hold a public process on the use of the land, and that's what this hearing is all about. And then the third is to convene a good neighbor agreement process. Now that would follow after today if the council votes to continue to pursue a new Right to Dream 2 at the 3rd and Harrison site, that I would convene with a neutral Right to Resolutions Northwest facilitator, stakeholders from the adjacent community, and others who are deeply invested in the success of the whole neighborhood to have a good neighbor agreement process. We did have a very constructive conversation at the end of January with community members at St. Philip Neri Church, as I have referenced. I do see many folks who were there for part of that discussion. And it was really evidence to me that once Portlanders recognize each other as human beings and neighbors and sit down and listen to each other as well as talk to each other, that we can find good solutions together. We have been working for over a year and a half now to find a new place for the Right to Dream 2 rest area. They do need to leave their current location by October 31st. The Portland Development Commission has agreed to purchase the lot and plans to develop it, and the property owner wants to sell. So that we do have a deadline of October 31st. I think that's correct, right? So, and people have said, well, why not somewhere else? Why not Nikolai Street? Why not here? And and when I say we, I mean Josh Alpert, the mayor's chief of staff, looked into dozens of locations prior to settling on this one. One of the reasons that this location was chosen was because it was formally in government hands and we were able to have first choice on it. Other private properties that came available just got snapped up way too fast, or else were not suitable. This site is a great location. It's on streetcar, and the city owns the streetcar, so we can provide tickets to Right to Dream so that their folks can get to and from services in the central city. We're also, in partnership with Right to Dream 2, planning to provide bathrooms, showers, laundry facilities that will help the existing population of people living outside in the central east side and improve services and safety in the central east side. And so that's why I am urging my colleagues to consider accepting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Mayor, as I understand it, we have a zoning letter that we're going to take up, whether to accept the letter, and then we're going to take up the second resolution. Is that correct?
That's right. We have staff presentation and some invited testimony to walk us through all that, and then, yes.
So most of the questions that I have, I'm perfectly happy accepting a report on the zoning. It is what it is. I will accept it. The questions I have to do with the final resolution. So are we going to take them up together?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And I also, thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Fish, I need to move a substitute Exhibit B in both agenda items 162 and 63. This adds the proposed 15-foot buffer for truck access to the adjacent property. Of course, the proposed site plan is not set in stone, and that can, since we're now going to be having some more discussions, it might change anyway, but I would just like to move that as a ministerial piece to go with these.
Commissioner Fritz moves the revised site plan. It's substitute Exhibit B. Is there a second? Second. Further discussion? Roll call on adopting that amendment.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish,
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Novick,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye.
Now I'd like to invite Matt Wickstrom from the Bureau of Development Services to come up and explain the zoning confirmation letter. This is important because one of the cruxes of the issue is this use even allowed on the property under the zoning? And so Matt is going to go through that first.
Microsoft being helpful like it always is.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Wickstrom. I'm with the Bureau of Development Services, and I'll be talking about the zoning confirmation letter requested by Right to Dream 2 today. So first of all, what is a zoning confirmation letter, and how is this one unique? The purpose of a zoning confirmation letter is to verify in writing the allowed uses, development standards, and regulations applicable to a specific site. And this requires a zoning analysis of the proposal often as well. In this case, Right to Dream 2 has asked if a use similar to the, similar in operation and function to its current use or current facility could locate at Southeast 3rd and Harrison. And this letter is unique due to the high level of public interest in the proposed use of the site. Commissioner Saltzman has asked that this this zoning confirmation letter be considered and affirmed by City Council. It's important to describe some key elements of the proposed use, but you're going to hear more about the proposed use from Bob Kita and representatives of Right to Dream 2 later. But what we're looking at here is a rest area with tents, providing overnight shelter for houseless individuals. It would be operated by Right to Dream 2, which is a nonprofit organization. Tents would range in size from 1 to 2 person tents to up to 10-person tents. Structures with approximately 2,100 square feet of net building area containing restrooms, showers, laundry facilities, a kitchen, and storage for personal belongings would be provided. Other houseless individuals who are not sheltered at the rest area may also use some of the facilities, as Commissioner Fritz said. And then a fence may provide privacy at the rest area. These are the items that were submitted as part of the zoning confirmation letter request. First of all was an application. Second was a letter with questions and a summary of the use. There is a description of the use as well as a site plan showing the location of where tents would be, as well as some of the structures that I discussed. We also reviewed, in crafting the letter, the Right to Dream 2 website, and then State of Oregon documents. That was primarily to determine the nonprofit nature of the organization. So the questions asked were, first of all, and this is really the primary question, what use category does the proposal fall under? And that's what zoning code use category. Is that use allowed? Is it limited, or is it conditional? Does the use or site plan require a land use review, or would it be allowed by right? Are there plan district or overlay zone requirements that apply to the proposal? What development standards would apply? And then how would a fence made of doors be regulated?
Okay, good.
This is the zoning map of the site. You'll see it zoned IG1. You'll see the land itself is in red. The vacated right-of-way is shown in green. The site is located at Southeast 3rd and Harrison and contains a portion of vacated right-of-way, as I just said. Owner of the site is the City of Portland, and the site is approximately 18 to 20,000 square feet in area, and that includes the vacated right-of-way. So there's really two key questions that apply to the zoning confirmation request. The first is, what is the appropriate use category for R2D2's proposed use? And the zoning confirmation letter concludes that the community service use category is the most appropriate category for right to R2D2's proposed use. And this determination was dependent on the second question, which is, are tents, structures, or buildings? And the answer is no, no, they are not. Structures are defined in the code as objects constructed in or on the ground, and structures include buildings, which are essentially structures with walls and a roof. Structures also include flagpoles and signs, decks and fences. These are things that are supported by a foundation or a footing. The types of tents that are proposed do not require a foundation or a footing. They're easily assembled and taken down. Now we're getting into the appropriate use category. Regarding the first question, which is what use category would R2D2's proposal fall under, it appears to meet all the qualities of the community service use category. The use is operated by a nonprofit. It provides shelter and stability. There are no membership requirements. Amenities at the site would be available to other houseless individuals as well as those who take shelter at the site. And the proposal does not, and because the proposal includes less than 3,000 square feet of net building area, it would be allowed by right under the zoning code. And this is essentially the answer to the question number 2. There's 2 examples of community service uses given in the zoning code. And these are mass shelters and short-term housing. So these are still community service uses, but they're 2 examples of community service uses. And there's many other types of community services, community centers, senior centers, museums, all sorts of things. So consideration was given in the zoning confirmation letter to whether the proposed use matched either of these 2 examples. The definition of mass shelter refers to structures for sleeping. As we already discussed, the tents are not structures. They're easily assembled and taken down. No sleeping will occur inside the buildings on the site or inside the structures. And the development standards for mass shelters refer to buildings and net building area. There are buildings proposed, but these are accessory to the use of the site, which is a community service, but not a mass shelter. As such, we concluded that the proposed use is not a mass shelter. Another example of a community service is short-term housing. We've covered that tents aren't structures. Tents also aren't rooms, and that's explained in the zoning confirmation letter. Short-term housing may or may not include food preparation and shared shower facilities. This is just an example of uses that may or may not be there. These are located at the proposed use, but once again, it's not a condition of determining whether this is a short-term housing use. And then the proposal doesn't involve reservations or referrals. In short-term, the description of short-term housing refers to reservations and referrals. It also refers to parking, and there's no parking proposed at this facility, nor would any be expected. The zoning confirmation letter also considered other potential use categories, one being retail, sales, and service. And of the 4 subcategories within retail, sales, and service, the rest area clearly isn't 2 of them, which is sales-oriented or repair-oriented. There's 2 other subcategories. One is the personal service-oriented subcategory, and the proposal doesn't match the examples given for personal services. These are things like banks, laundromats, photocopy services, etc. Nor does the proposal match what's called entertainment, the entertainment-oriented subcategory. Clearly, the proposal is not entertainment, nor is it recreation, it's shelter. And then finally, we looked at the group living category to see if the proposal would be consistent with that. Once again, the tents are not structures. The group living use category refers to residing in structures. The length of stay for group living uses is a month or longer. In this situation, the right to Room 2, the people who seek shelter there could stay there for 1 night. They could stay there for longer than a month, but it isn't tendency for a month or longer. Examples of accessory uses provided for group living in the group living use category also don't match what's proposed at Right to Dream 2. And the group living use category also refers to buildings. So the conclusion was that the use category most closely matches the community service, but it does not match the examples of mass shelter or short-term housing. While the Right to Dream 2 proposal is an example, not mentioned in the zoning code, it most closely fits the characteristics of a community service use. The last three questions related to zoning requirements. Regarding those questions, there's really few zoning standards that apply in the IG1 zone. Fences, including a fence made of doors, would be allowed up to 8 feet in height. And the Central City Plan District also specifies that no parking is required. And then as far as any regulations from the Central City Sub-District, none address the proposal. And that concludes the staff presentation on the zoning confirmation letter.
Questions? I have one, or maybe a couple, but they're related. So based on the council's decision that we've just made on the street vacation, and given that the underlying zoning is industrial, if the compliance with the council's condition of approval, which Commissioner Fish added in our discussion, requires the construction of a driveway on our property, the city of Portland's property, in order to serve the adjacent industrial business and allow truck movements to and from their doorway. I assume that the construction of such a truck driveway is an allowed use in the industrial zone and would not require a second zoning confirmation letter. Is
You're
that right?
correct, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for Matt? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Some invited testimony, Commissioner?
We do. We have Right to Dream 2 representative Trish Reed, Bob Keita from the Mayor's Office, and Mark Lakeman and Tim Merrill, architects. And Carla, if you could run the 3-minute clock, because we have 2 panels, they'll be brief, and then we are going to get public testimony, hopefully by 4 or shortly thereafter.
Okay.
Trish, welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate your time, and I really do appreciate that all the work that has gone into all of this. So I just wanted to say thank you for that to start with. My name is Trish Reed. I am a member of Right to Dream 2. I am also on the board of Right to Dream 2. One of the things that is encouraged is that you expand and better yourself as a member of Right to Dream 2. I recently have acquired a part-time temporary job and do lots of work around the rest area as well. Sorry, I am a little nervous.
Go ahead, you're fine.
I'm just going to give you some quick statistics of what Right to Dream 2 has accomplished over the 4 years that we have been on the 4th and Burnside site, sorry. We have been able to house 297 people. We have had 286 people find work. 35 people have kicked extensive drug habits. We've had 17 women be able to keep their children. We've had 15 people complete online education, 2 of whom just graduated this last year, one from PCC and one from PSU. Crime rates actually didn't go up when we moved in. They actually went down a little tiny bit. So we are in solidarity with many organizations, including the Homeless Bill of Rights, the Columbia River Keepers, Black Lives Matter, Healthcare for All Oregon, Anti-Displacement, Tennis United, Right to Be Safe, which is a self-defense class that happens once a month. Working Families of Oregon, Street Roots, Sister of the Road Cafe, 15 Now, and other camps like Hazelnut Grove and My Backyard, which is trying to be established out in outer Southeast. We cater to everyone who comes through our gates, whether they're disabled, mentally ill, LGBTQ. We do not discriminate, and I would just like to say, we do our best to provide safety and warmth and love to our family, because these people are our family. Thank you.
Just one point of clarification. You don't have children at the rest area, right?
That is correct.
So you mentioned about mothers keeping their babies. Could you just explain what you meant by that?
Sure. We have pregnant women who have came through the rest area, and we referred them to midwives instead of sending them to the hospital where the question is asked, if they're houseless or not, and that causes them to lose their children because they are required to report to the state that an individual is houseless.
So if I can just follow up, that was my question. So there are absolutely no children living at Right to Dream 2?
That is correct. Anyone under the age of 18 is not allowed.
And that rule will apply to the new location as well?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. And that's a specific condition of operation we have
Yes, it is.
somewhere codified between the city and Right to Dream 2?
That would be in the use agreement. It'd still be in.
Is that what we're considering right now?
No.
Oh, that's next?
There will, if this is approved, there will be a use agreement created, and you're saying, Bob, that would be an item in the use agreement?
Rules of conduct, all the good neighbor agreement, all those items.
Bob, there is a space use agreement, and there is an Exhibit E, which has code of conduct, and perhaps you could show where that applies. I don't see it in either.
The use agreement is not complete at this time. We are still working to develop the full use agreement because there are items of it such as the good neighbor agreement and things that will be included. Is that part of your code of conduct as far as the age?
No, it
It is not part of the code of conduct.
So just to clarify, Exhibit A is a draft that's still in progress. If the council approves the continued discussion, then there will be a final use agreement that would include Right to Dream's code of conduct as well as other agreements.
Well, I have a copy of Right to Dream's code of conduct, I assume is your existing code of conduct.
That is correct.
And there's nothing in the code of conduct that addresses minors.
That is true, but we do, if we feel we have a minor, we do ask for ID and we do not allow them in until we can verify that they are over the age of 18.
So this is potentially something to flag for the use agreement. Sounds like it's not nailed down, as well as some members of the council would like.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so Facility Services is responsible for procuring properties throughout the city whenever, it needs to defined. As we go through our process, our due diligence in identifying properties and then determining whether it's a good property for the city by, we conduct at minimum a phase 1 environmental test of the site. Due to this site's location next to East Side Plating, there was concern from the start that we wanted to make sure that we weren't putting anybody in any kind of jeopardy as far as locating next to a industrial plant that might have issues. So we conducted a phase 1 and we conducted a phase 2. Phase 2 actually goes into where we do soil sampling and going down into the soil to verify there aren't contaminants or reasons of concern. Our concern, of course, is in a camp, you have people down close to the ground, so we wanted to make sure that the ground was safe. While we found some minor contamination, there was no, major red flags, and we'll be able to address the actual site so that it will provide no issues as far as safety issues for the residents of the camp. With that, though, we also looked at air, and that's not something we normally do, but it's good, timing actually with what's happening in Southeast recently, you see in the news. We actually conducted air studies, not just at this site, but across the way from it and at their current site to verify the air quality in these areas. The actual site, the R2D2 site that we're talking about today, the 3rd and Harrison and the OMF property, was clean. We measured it at residential standards. So typically, if you're in an industrial area that do industrial air quality standards, we actually asked to have it done at a residential standard to make sure that, again, this is more in, people eating, sleeping, not, working in a plant.
Did we measure for lead, chromium, and what's the other one? Cadmium?
I will have to go back and look at the report, but there were no flags as far as carcinogens.
But I guess my question is, did we measure for those?
I will have to go back and look at the report specifically for those items, but in the residential testing, we passed for residential area.
And I guess I would ask the question, when Eastside Plating comes back to testify, I will ask them the same question. What can you tell us about emissions of those substances?
I will say that our studies basically showed that Eastside Plating is doing a remarkable job as far as their scrubbing their air, clean standards. both in the transfer of their chemicals, everything else, because the soils were clean and the air was clean, which shows a wonderful track record for their business and what they've done, considering the chemicals and things they're using. So it's a very positive report in that sense of both the business and for our proposed use now.
Bob, just to follow up, in the notes that my staff gave me, they said that the findings were that the air and soil quality were low risk for a healthy adult who was at the site for less than a year. So
That's
why
correct.
the qualification? First of all, there are going to be adults there that are not necessarily healthy. There are lots of people who are sleeping outside. So what can you tell us about the qualification that the low risk applies to healthy adults who are at the site for less than a year?
The less than a year was based on that it's a camp, that it's not actual residential long-term housing. And so they used the less than a year as that example. As far as the healthy adults sleeping outside, if we go to the Burnside site where we also tested the air was less safe in that area than it was actually at the current site, the Harrison and the OMF property. So I can't tell you the exact, why or what level of healthy adult, but the standard again for residential was met, and that's as far as I can go with that answer. So in addition, we mentioned the Good Neighbor Agreement, and I wanted to talk about, you heard their safety manager earlier bring up the point of the safety of their employees. We also are concerned about the safety of the members and the visitors at R2D2. What we'll be proposing in the Good Neighbor Agreement and the use agreement is that we actually develop a disaster plan, safety disaster plan in cooperation with our first responders and East Side Plating. And hopefully we'll even be able to coordinate drills with them so that the camp will be able to, in case of a disaster at Eastside Plating, respond the same as the employees of Eastside Plating would respond to evacuate the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are you done? All good? Okay. Mark? Tim?
So I'd like to briefly explain the site here. This is Third. As it curves around, it becomes Division.
Sir, could you put your name in the record?
Tim Merrill. And I'll explain some of the buildings on the site. This, what's shown here is a 53-foot container for people's belongings. And we may need to relocate that if we change this drive situation. There are some tents up front here that are for just a single overnight guest. These are 10-person tents, and they would be observed by the gate, which is located here. So whoever's in charge here would be able to see what's happening with these people. These tents are for the dreamers, who are the people who will manage the camp and live here on a more permanent basis. The other tents down here are for guests who will be there for an indefinite period. The actual buildings on the site are 2 restroom and shower buildings here, a laundry building, a meeting room, and a kitchen. And there's some outdoor areas here for also for kitchen outdoor dining use. We've located some facilities near the street here so that people can come and drop off donations at this location. And the tent area will be enclosed with a screen that we've discussed before, part of which will be done with doors. And Mark Lakeman can explain the balance of this and show you what this will look like.
So I'm Mark Lakeman, and Tim Merrill and I have been working to provide some planning and architectural support for the project for the last about year or so. And just like to say that it's been quite a balancing act as we've figured out the perimeter setback needs and how to kind of fit everything onto the site that is desired in the program. You'll notice that the buildings that classify as structures that add up to 2,100 square feet are all aligned east-west because they're sitting on top of an access trench, which will provide the utilities and take away effluent and such from the site. So it's pretty logically located. Even though it is very much a pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of operation, at the same time, this is Portland and place matters. So what we're doing is trying to address every person's stated concern from an urbanistic point of view. That is, we're trying to make this safe and clean, and we're actually being collaborative and trying to build community through the design process. And we've treated the edge that is visible to all the community as they pass by or as they are a resident as they operate in the area with an interesting and kind of lovely edge. And this certainly isn't trying to be Shangri-La, but on the other hand, people are going to look at it, and a lot of people have an apprehension in advance about such an operation. So what we're trying to do, and I'll show you in this next image what it looks like from the ground. We're trying to make something that's rather spectacular and that we can be proud of, because as usual, we're doing things in advance of what other cities have even begun to consider. So when you look at it from the street, what you see is that these houseless people are actually doing things like trying to support distressed bee populations by providing pollinator habitat. Through their sculptural door wall that they'll be bringing over from their Burnside location, they'll be creating a beautiful edge that is lovely to look at and makes a statement about community. And when you arrive at the site, there will be a gateway which announces that you've arrived at something of a village of people that is a cultural space. So it'll be a lovely thing, and it'll speak to the street like the best kind of architecture must do in the urban city, in the urban core. And even along the southern edge, which is really just a kind of a woven fence wall, it steps along with the landscape and can be made into a lovely amenity as well. Within the site, going back to the site plan, we're surrounding the perimeter with raised planters and kind of perennial features, and really trying to make the most of the site and to vegetate it so that it's it's not a barren landscape. It has plenty of sort of space for people to be able to move around and do the things that they're going to do, because this isn't just going to be a desperate place. This is going to be a place that will inspire people in other cities as well.
So Mark and Tim, back to the earlier discussion, if it is necessary to modify the northwest corner of the site plan in order to address the truck movement issues, you're talking about having to change the location of the large container and some of the tents, but probably not the buildings, and therefore I'm assuming that the functionality of the site in terms of connecting to infrastructure wouldn't necessarily be compromised by those kinds of revisions to the site plan?
I think it could be modified, but the program is extremely compressed now. It could be modified, but I would like to speak to the issue of backing into the site. We've done a lot of good study, and we've consulted actual truck drivers. We've given them more than the code requires for backing an 8-foot semi into such a space. And so we feel that this is more than ample, and we appreciate everyone's concern, but on the other hand, we've done our homework.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll need, if this proceeds, we'll need PBOT and you and the property owner to confer on, again, potential modifications, but I would assume it would be to that part of the site. Okay. Other questions for the team?
Well, I guess I had a question just going back to the previous discussion, or Matt Wickstrom's presentation of the use agreement. I thought part of the determination of this community service zone was something about people not being there longer than a month. And so, Mr. Merrill, you pointed out an area where people would be staying for indefinite periods of time. Did I get that wrong? I see everybody shaking their heads. Okay. I'm confused.
More than a month.
More than a month?
More than a month, yes.
Oh, okay.
Trish, you can say better than I can, but the way that the population breaks down is that there is a stewardship culture on site that manages the place, and they need longer residency to perform that function. But most of the population, I think 3/4 of the population, are people who are very short-term residents. And that management population does change over a relatively short period of time.
Mark, on the map that you've given us, can we go back to,
Site plan.
the site plan, excuse me. So you've got the toilets and the showers, you've got the kitchen, various things. So Do we know where there are existing water and sewer lines?
The water and sewer are located right out in front here on the street, so it should be just a straight shot from these buildings down to the front.
Okay.
So that was the reason for the axial kind of layout.
I don't know that the utilities have verified that, but that's your best sense that there is existing infrastructure in front?
That's correct.
And this is a concept plan. We didn't want to do too much design and engineering until we have the council's permission to move forward. So this is not exactly what it may end up being. It's also subject to right to dream and to the budget.
Okay, thank you all very much. And your next panel, Commissioner?
Yes, our final panel is Brad Molson from the Central Eastside Industrial Council, Sue Pierce from Hoswood Abernethy Neighborhood Development. I'm not sure if she's here yet. If not, we'll have her come in later. Shannon Singleton of Joint. Oh, Sue is here. Great. This is our final panel. After this council, what I might suggest is we move to public testimony and hold our questions till the end.
Okay, I think you're on first, Brad.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hales and Commissioners. I think I want to start. I have a statement from our Central Eastside Industrial Council, but I want to start with a personal comment. I have gotten to know Ibrahim and the Right to Dream staff over a period of time, and I am incredibly impressed with what they do and how they do it and everything else. And the position we're taking has nothing to do with Right to Dream. It has to do with what is, we believe, is compatible within the district. And so, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Central Eastside Industrial Council, we'd like to express our opposition to, one, vacating the Southeast Harrison and Southeast Third site, two, categorizing the residential use as a non-residential use and community service, three, considering a use agreement that cannot, by its terms, turn into an illegal agreement and use with conditions. We are adamantly opposed to moving Right to Dream to the site. At Southeast Third and Harrison, this property is zoned industrial and is part of the industrial sanctuary. It is also located in a part of the sanctuary that is proving to be incredibly successful area for business to locate and thrive. CIC and many community stakeholders have been participating in a long process to develop a comprehensive plan for the Southeast Quadrant, and this is intended use is incompatible with the plan accepted by the council. The site is not zoned for housing, whether temporary or permanent. Since the agreement is for 10 years, these actions are considered to be permanent change to the status of this property. It will cause irreparable harm to the surrounding businesses and to the district's ability to increase employment and to fulfill the vision of the comprehensive plan. The original intent of this right-of-way was limited to transportation-related use. That transportation use is still badly needed in the district to accommodate truck access, as you will hear and you have heard from others, and to partially alleviate a significant need for additional parking in the district. Parking is an extremely short supply in the district and may have a dampening effect on the ability of the district to bring more jobs into the community. And of course, our collective homeless problem is more critical than parking supply, but that really is not the issue. Residential use of an industrial sanctuary property is the issue and is prohibited under the zoning code. The land therefore should remain in a permitted use for which it was originally intended, transportation. The existing right-of-way serves as viable access to emergency vehicles needed to direct access to the adjacent sites. This is an important life safety issue for the employees of the adjacent businesses as well as the potential residents of the homeless camp. Uses directly adjacent to the site are industrial, using industrial processes and providing employment in industrial district. Can I?
Either that or just make sure we have a copy of your statement.
I only have 2 more minutes. Plans to vacate the street and locate a homeless camp on the site threaten the conditions of the permit approved for the adjacent industrial businesses. Future uses of the site that are not employment related and did not recognize the existing permits and that violate the social contract of our zoning code should not be allowed. Emergency shelters and short-term housing of any type are plainly and expressly prohibited in the industrial zones. These are the primary uses contemplated by proposed action, regardless of whether the use occurs in a building or not. There will be people living, residing, staying on the site and using it for residential purposes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Many will stay longer than 30 days, and I think at least 14 of them will become permanent resident dreamers. This is a residential use. No other conclusion is plausible. The site is adjacent to industrial facilities and uses. Establishing a homeless camp under these or any other conditions is not, in our opinion, a humane way of helping people experience the trauma of homelessness. People deserve a warm, dry place to stay with appropriate services close by and can cover their sustainability and dignity. We recommend the City Council request the Fire and Life Safety Plan reviewers at the Bureau of Development Services review the potential future uses of the site in conjunction with the existing uses prior to the City Council's approval of the street vacation, the zoning confirmation letter, or the use agreement. The city should not waste more resources in developing plans for the site if they do not meet the fire, life, and safety requirements for the potential site and uses. No one is saying there should not be no place to rest, and we should not be proactive in helping homeless, but not in industrial sanctuary land where residential uses are strictly prohibited for all the reasons listed above.
Thank you. Susan?
Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I have brought with me some copies and given them to Carla of a letter written last summer by the Hosford Abernathy Neighborhood Hand Board, of which I'm chair, that we wrote in response to the Right to Dream 2, the proposal to move Right to Dream 2 to the Southeast 3rd and Harrison site. The letter was developed after exploring aspects of the proposal, meeting with city commissioners and officials, meeting with members of Right to Dream 2, visiting their present site, and listening to Hand residents. The Hand Board has not since, the date of that letter, which I think is August 3rd, had much opportunity to discuss and update the letter. We've been distracted by other things, most recently air quality. And therefore, it was discussed very briefly at the Hand Board meeting on Tuesday, but my comments, which will reference the letter and the Hand Board discussions, should be considered my own and not those of the board. We agreed, and it said in that letter, that we could were this plan to become a fact, we could work with the Right to Dream 2 community to help them become the best possible fit in the neighborhood. We were unconvinced that Southeast 3rd and Harrison is the right place for the Right to Dream 2, and I think that Brad Mawson covered a lot of those reasons in his comments. I won't repeat them. And furthermore, we had some real frustrations about the public process surrounding the proposal, as well as the city's history of the phenomenon of homelessness is addressed. The fact that people are sleeping on the streets embodies a complex and many-faceted problem, and many of us already know a lot of the factors, so I'm going to kind of skip ahead in my notes. But I do want to comment that it's difficult to find a job and maintain employment if one has no address, no place to shower before an interview, and if one must carry all one's belongings to the interview, and if there is no place for a good night's sleep and adequate assistance with medications and other means of managing chronic illnesses, be they mental health or addiction or those of a more physical, physiological nature, it's difficult to keep a job. We can talk about homelessness, ending homelessness. That's a dream. It ain't going to happen. It's like a chronic illness. There may be remissions and exacerbations, but like a chronic illness, it can only be managed and controlled with ongoing and appropriate treatment and attention. This should sound familiar to Commissioner Fritz, who shares my background as a nurse. Complex and complicated problems require a constellation of solutions. There is no one easy answer. Efficient number of shelter beds that offer a variety of settings, including places for all members of families to be together, places where couples can be together, and where someone whose family is a furry and four-legged or feathered and two-legged can be together. Those things aren't really available in the city of Portland just now. There are some changes in the last week that that address some of these issues, but not all of them, and how that's all gonna work remains to be seen. The,
So actually, Susan, Shannon is going to speak to some of that. So do you have any other?
So skipping ahead, let me go through my notes here because I do want to leave some things out. There are concerns about the public process. This came as a huge surprise to Hand and to the Central East Side not quite a year ago, putting us in an awkward position in terms of working with our constituencies. Some of those have been addressed. Some of the concerns about that have been addressed, but efforts have remained spotty. And I would mention that I did not hear back from any member of the council when I sent that letter in August. So maintaining a public process is critical. We would ask, and I would ask, that the city continue their efforts to support Right to Dream 2, continue the efforts to work with the homeless. And I've had to skip part of this, and so I'm lost my place. In closing, let me say that I spent time over the course of the summer and in the intervening months working with Right to Dream 2. I have no qualms that they will follow through, continue the kind of work they're doing, and that they will be able to follow through with what they say they will do. I have to stop here and back up just a little bit to say that one of the critical things within this process will be the Good Neighbor Agreement, and that the city must be a part of that Good Neighbor Agreement for it to work.
Thank you very much.
My biggest concern, I have no qualms about Right to Dream 2. I am concerned about you, that you will be able to follow through. The onus to make this successful is on you, and please don't let us down.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Singleton, and I'm the Executive Director at JOIN, as well as the Chair of the Home for Everyone Safety Off the Streets Work Group. The Safety Off the Streets Work Group is a group of folks that started meeting at the direction of the Executive Committee of A Home for Everyone with the charge of finding spaces for people to be able to sleep safely. This group included folks from the business community, from the social service provider community, members living at Right to Dream 2, and sites like Dignity Village. We started this process by defining what safety off the streets meant. And what we decided that meant as a group was that people are legally able to sleep there, that there are access to bathrooms, that there are clean facilities, that there's the ability to have heat or warmth, that there is overnight or oversight or support by people trained to support physical safety, that there is dry or overhead shelter, including tents or tarps, and that there is lighting designed to assure adequate safety. We specifically discussed a variety of options, acknowledging that the needs of the people sleeping outside, our homeless neighbors, are just as diverse as the needs of the housed population. Sites like Right to Dream 2 and Dignity Village came to the top of our priority list when we had to go through an exercise deciding which of all of the options we had did we want to support first. And the group agreed that supporting and strengthening the existing sites like Right to Dream 2 and Dignity Village were the top priority. Sites like Right to Dream 2 provide safety and options for couples, for people with disabilities, and for people of color in our community who we know are disproportionately represented among the homeless population. Facility-based shelter is not the only option, and it can't be the only option that we offer. These sites serve large numbers of people. They are extremely cost-effective, and we want them to also be connected to services like those mentioned by Sue, as well as supports to exit into housing. Essentially, I want to encourage this council to continue to support the work that Home for Everyone has done and that the Safety Off the Streets Work Group has done, and continue to support our top priority of supporting sites like Right to Dream 2 and Dignity Village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Questions?
Shannon, I just have a question. When I had the honor of being the housing commissioner, one of the ongoing challenges for the Bureau was how to manage Dignity Village and how to be flexible enough to encourage a unique model that didn't quite fit anything that we were working on, but while also trying to provide adequate oversight. And it took a lot of time and energy. And one of the things we learned is that Dignity Village really wasn't temporary housing or really transitional housing. For some people, it became quasi-permanent housing. If we truly want to have experimental, innovative housing that's transitional, what's the city's role and responsibility there to make sure that people are being transitioned to someplace and it doesn't become, in a sense, permanent shelter, which I think none of us would say is adequate?
Right. I think so Join actually has a staff position that works with Dignity Village, and her role is to support villagers in connecting with other services, be mainstream services or housing services. And so that has shifted some at the village as well, where folks are able to transition out much more quickly. Excuse me. And I believe that that's also part of that, the requirement of council and of the city is to ensure that people have access to those services. Let's fund services that are mobile. We can't continue to expect people to come into offices to meet all these requirements. If we can get out and go meet people where they're at, they can be much more successful at moving forward in their lives.
So, Commissioner Fritz, in most of the housing that we fund in the city, we have very clear guidelines as to what our expectations are in terms of outcomes. And we are very rigorous with our nonprofit partners. And what are the, at least currently, what are the benchmarks? What are the criteria that we've established, and what are the benchmarks for evaluating that?
We're going to have an annual report, and I'm currently missing what's in that report, but it's going to be written by Right to Dream with input from Central Eastside Industrial Council, HAND, and others to report on their success and some of the benchmarks that Trish mentioned in terms of getting people into housing, into jobs, etc. I can look up and find the answer to your question.
What I found, I'm just looking at and I know it's a evolving document, but the space use agreement, Exhibit A, in paragraph 5 under benchmark, it says there'll be an annual report, will include the number of people sheltered, number of people turned away from shelter, and such other information as the parties may mutually agree to. And I just wonder, since this is at the heart of what the Housing Bureau does in setting expectations when we have public money, and the specific goals, and we hold people accountable. And what first of all, have you worked with the Housing Bureau to develop a set of goals and criteria, and what's the process for developing them?
No, and we would be happy to work with the Housing Bureau on that. We're also thinking that would be part of the Good Neighbor Agreement discussion process to decide what's in the annual report.
If I can interject a question, I've always operated under the expectation there is no Housing Bureau dollars going to Right to Dream 2.
Correct.
That is correct from this
Correct.
point and
Yes.
going forward?
Yes.
That the $849,000 we received from some prominent Pearl District neighbors to fund this move is the source of money that pays for all the improvements occurring at this site, and there's no operational dollars expected from Portland Housing Bureau.
Not from the Housing Bureau. We have committed to providing utilities for the first year from the general fund, not from the Housing Bureau. And then because
first year?
I'm sorry?
You said for year one?
For the first year, and then we'll look at what's the utilization. It's not realistic to expect Right to Dream's volunteers to fundraise, to provide services for people who are not staying there. We're envisioning that this will be an East Side area that people will go and take a shower, and that the water bill will therefore be higher than they currently have. But no, Commissioner, no Housing Bureau dollars. In response to Commissioner Fish's question, though, yes, we would absolutely collaborate with the Housing Bureau in setting benchmarks.
So, unfortunately, this produces a perverse effect. Because on the one hand, we're saying no Housing Bureau dollars, which I guess by extension means no Housing Bureau staff. And yet we have charged the Housing Bureau with, as the agency of the city that has the expertise to establish housing, including Dignity Village, establish the criteria for what successful housing looks like, and then match the services with the housing. So the extent to which this becomes a one-off that's not integrated with any of our housing systems, with all due respect to Dan on this, this becomes, I think, much less viable. I mean, and so are we in essence saying that because there are no Housing Bureau dollars, this project is divorced from the values of the Housing Bureau, from the expertise of the Housing Bureau, which is the only bureau of this city that has direct online experience managing Dignity Village?
No, Commissioner,
Setting expectations.
we're saying that it's an interim place to make people be safe. And it's just like the mayor is coordinating with the Housing Bureau and with Commissioner Saltzman on his sleeping on the streets issue. If I might, we're trying to take this one step at a time. And if I might suggest that we go to public testimony, because there's a lot of people who've been
What
waiting
are we doing public testimony on?
2.5 hours on the proposal to move, that Right to Dream 2 should be allowed to continue working with the community and others. We would probably not be able to take a vote today. I understand, Commissioners, that you have more questions of staff and experts, but I'm very mindful that community members have been here since noon waiting for an opportunity to testify.
I'm very mindful of that too, but as someone who's being asked to pass judgment on it, I also have to know what it is, and then the public has to know what they're testifying to. So I'll just park this one comment. There is no housing that we manage in this city where we say we'll leave it to a community advisory process to establish the standards under which we expect people will live and be transitioned to other housing. We don't do that. So we're in an area here that's new. And I completely understand that it's an emergency, and we as a council declared an emergency and said we're going to welcome innovation and experimentation, but we do have a well-established set of policies and practices which are designed to make programs successful. So when I hear that is to be determined, and we don't have expectations, and it'll be done through a community advisory process, we are getting far afield here. So, I mean, we'll come back to have that discussion.
Yeah, and speaking of field, let me reiterate Commissioner Fritz's suggestion that we get to public testimony, and there's no doubt going to be a need for council discussion about how this fits into our overall programmatic effort, but I guess I also want to remind the council, and you can ponder this while we deliberate later on this, and that is Commissioner Saltzman is in the process of leading a process by which our homeless services staff are transferred to Multnomah County. So this is a rest area, not a housing project. We will be in the housing project development business, and Multnomah County will be in the homeless services business if the transition that Commissioner Saltzman is leading goes forward. And so I think it would certainly be appropriate for us to discuss with Multnomah County how this particular homeless service facility will be supported by local government.
They're not even part of this process, Mayor.
They certainly can be through a Home for Everyone and through other means. So again, I would recommend that we save that discussion of ways and means and procedures until after we hear from the public about the basic proposition of should Right to Dream 2 go here.
But I think that's right. But again, now what we've said is that the Housing Bureau and Multnomah County, the two entities that have the experience and the knowledge and the history and in fact the charter to address these questions, may be engaged at some point in the future. And I would say, why haven't they been engaged in the front end if they are the community experts in making these things successful?
I think they've been engaged to an extent. We might want to hear from them later in this hearing. Right to Dream 2 has existed for some time now in a different location. We are having a location discussion.
And I would say that the Safety Off the Streets work group did include jurisdictional staff members from across the board. It also included, so it included folks from the county, from the city. At the time that it started, I was actually a Portland Housing Bureau staff member who was staffing the committee.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Can I just ask one quick question? Why a 10-year agreement? Is this truly a 10-year agreement? Can we do, I mean, it'd be, again, if we're going to all swallow this, understand it, trust it, and it's experimental, can't we do a shorter agreement with some kind of renewal?
That would have been a request from Hosford Abernathy as well, that it'd be 2 years.
We can certainly consider that.
Thank you.
I think Right to Dream would be more than happy if their services weren't needed after 2 years.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's turn to testimony, please.
Okay, we have 37 people signed up. The first three, please come on up, are Andy James, Terry Parker.
Welcome, go ahead.
Hi, Andy James, Wise Real Estate Advisors. Portland has a long and legendary zoning code that has been held up by other groups, other cities, as being the stalwart. And what we're talking about here is an elegant manipulation of the code to allow for a residential use. The fundamental thing is that Right to Dream 2 is doing an exceptional job in a tough situation, but we shouldn't put them in a situation which would essentially degrade their own safety and quality of life. It's not just East Side Plating's use, but we've got rail yards across the street which no one can control what could be stored on those tracks and what could potentially happen. We owe all the citizens of Portland, whether they have a house or not, a safe, peaceful, enjoyable place to rest their head. This is not that location. I would suggest council spend a night there. Trains are clacking all night. Trucks are going by all night. This is not a restful and peaceful place, and we do enjoy that as being one of the fundamental things of a residential use. This is an industrial zone, and it should be maintained as an industrial zone. We've seen the problem with the bullseye glass. I think we're exposing the city and its general liability across the board to a point where I would suggest that we can do better. We can do better. I talked previously with Commissioner Fritz and Mayor Hales about Wapato. Maybe the Terminal 1 location would be a better site, 14 acres, flat level, and available. I'd also like to say that since this is a land use decision under ORS 197, I would request a continuance or that the record be held open for at least 7 days for the submittal of additional evidence.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. Terry Parker, Northeast Portland. I'm speaking as an individual today. To illustrate my concerns, I'm going to tell you a short story. Within the past few years, homeless people broke into 4 vintage railroad passenger cars that were stored in Willits, California. They started fires in the cars to keep warm. 3 of the 4 cars were so badly damaged they were eventually scrapped. In 1984, these cars were leased as part of a 13-car contest for the Louisiana World's Fair Daylight from Portland to New Orleans in return. This special train was powered by the only remaining Daylight steam locomotive, which is now housed at the Oregon Rail Heritage Center. When this recreation of a full-length red and orange Daylight train traversed Tehachapi Loop near Los Angeles, Interstate 5 became a parking lot. There were 3 TV news helicopters overhead, and the media estimated there were 100,000 people who lined the track to watch this train travel over what is a marvel of railroad engineering. This is a big deal. My primary concern about moving R2-D2 to the Southeast 3rd and Harrison site is the close proximity to the Oregon Rail Heritage. Public process has been stifled and is broken. Shame on any of you that supported disallowing public testimony about the use of the property at the city council hearing related to its purchase, specifically when the reason for the purchase of the property was to move R2-D2 was already predetermined, and that's affirmed in your handout. Without enhanced neighborhood protections associated with the close proximity of the Oregon Rail Heritage Center, and on the grounds that far too much of the public process has been bypassed and not followed, I am opposed to moving R2-D2 to the Southeast 3rd and Harrison site. You might perceive this as NIMBYism. However, the insistence by the City Council to move R2-D2 out of Old Town is far more of a NIMBY mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Debbie Kitchen, a business owner and property owner in the Central East Side. I served as co-chair of the Southeast Quadrant Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Through a long, rigorous process over 2 years, the committee, along with excellent leadership from the City of Portland staff, developed the Southeast Quadrant Plan. And in that, we affirmed the importance of the industrial sanctuary for our district. In fact, one of the overarching land use objectives was to maintain the viability of industrial zone lands in the Central East Side as a place where existing operations are protected from non-compatible land uses, where industrial operators can feel secure about investing in their businesses, and where all industrial sectors, as well as those yet to emerge, find a place to operate. The city's zoning code recognizes that residential uses are not compatible with industrial uses. As a result, residential uses are prohibited in industrial zones. Your yes vote on the proposed agenda items violates the goals of the comprehensive plan and is not consistent. The ZCL seeks to avoid the prohibition of housing in the industrial zone by stating that the tents contemplated for shelter are not structures under the code. However, it is clear that fences, platforms, decks, and other attributes of the current site are, for Right to Dream 2, are structures and do not comply with the code. They would not be allowed under this ZCL. The primary use of the site is short-term housing, and that's prohibited in the IG1 zone. The ZCL also acknowledges that stays of over 30 days are not allowed by this interpretation of the code. It was said at a community meeting and also in the presentation today that there would be 14 resident dreamers staying at the camp and managing it, possibly for periods of time longer than 30 days. Will the Right to Dream 2 organization be responsible for maintaining the records to verify that the condition of longer than 30 days is not being violated? I have other comments that I've submitted in written form, but
Okay.
thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you all. Okay.
Next three are M. Mayo, Lightning Watchdog PDX, Gary Renberg, and they'll be followed by Scott Henriksen, Jeremy Horn, and Tracy Fink.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Don't be shy, whoever would like to be first.
My name is Michael Mayo, and I'm the secretary of the Cascadia chapter of the Green Party of this city. And I'm not a member of the Southeast Quadrant, and I'm not a homeless person, and I'm not a business owner. What I'm here to do is to just tell you the truth about the matter of moving R2D2. When R2D2 established itself years ago, if Portland city government had the right attitude toward homeless, why, that property owner would have been showered with praise for having provided R2D2 with a place to do its healing of the community. On the contrary, the city government socked that property owner with $5,000 fee for his civic activity. They said he wasn't following various laws. Yes, it's true. The city has an option of how rigorously, how strictly it enforces the millions and millions of lines of code that it requires of every citizen to follow. And that's an option the city has. The city has spent now, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars and 3 years finding an alternate location for R2D2. And as the previous speaker a while ago said, that really shows the attitude of this city. We're moving R2D2. It's a big deal to move R2D2 because we don't want the downtown area of our city to have a homeless camp in it. And I'm telling you, as a politician, that if you wanted to demonstrate real community action, you would welcome a homeless camp in the middle of downtown Portland, and you would say that is how we make a statement about what our community consists of.
Okay, who's next?
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog PDX. Again, I'm impressed with the work of R2D2. I really like the looks of this camp, or what we're going to call a community service use. One of the concerns I have on here is that we're always talking about doing more long-term type leases for affordable uses or community service use such as this camp. And I have a real problem with this 10-year lease. Every time you talk about doing your 60 years, I want to see a 60-year lease on this agreement. I don't want to see R2D2 leave the Burnside location till they get those type of terms. I have another issue on this agreement is that money that was given per se by the developer, I don't want that money used on this project. I want that money to be used by R2D2 in the manner that they want to use that money. I want to see this project funded by the Portland Housing Bureau, which Mr. Salzman, you seem to have a problem with using funding from the Portland Housing Bureau toward R2D2. I don't see what your problem is. I don't see why the city does not fund this project and do a $1 lease to R2D2, and they retain their money that was given by the developer to allocate where they want to allocate that money, not where the city wants that money to go. So I have a real problem with this overall deal. I want them to stay at their Burnside site, get the terms they want. If they don't get their terms, stay at that site and see if Mr. NATO's going to develop that hotel next to him. If he doesn't, that's your loss. That's your big loss, and you'll have to take it. Now, again, I do not want them paying any of their money that was given to them by the developer on this project, period. And I want the city to pay their utilities, I want the city to pay the expenses, and I want the city to pay their insurance. All costs paid by the city, or they stay where they're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Gary Renberg, President Eastside Plating. Thankfulness. Mayor, thank you for the privilege of using your property for our deliveries. Thank you for that.
It will
Thank
continue.
Thank you for the offer of $1. Thank you for the kind words that you've made about our operations. We are proud of who we are, and we appreciate that. So thank you for those things. I have huge respect for the R2D2 process. The relocation, I know, has been a challenge. I serve 129 employees, and their safety is my primary purpose. I do not see this location adjacent to an industrial facility as being good public policy from a safety standpoint. There's a federal agent that works with our firm that counsels us on how to keep chemistries that we offer in our location out of the hands of terrorists. And those individuals aren't allowed to be involved in public issues or policies. But we have industrial processes, we have industrial zoning, we have industrial activities, and it's just not safe from a public policy standpoint to do anything. When I first heard of this in May, I approached 3 different first responders that we rely on for emergency response in the event of an emergency. And I just mentioned the city council is considering this relocation, and the comments from each of those parties was, that's crazy. Aside from what's being twisted in the zoning consideration, please don't consider placing a vulnerable population in an industrial area. Thanks.
So, Mr. Renberg, I signaled I was going to ask this question. So I'm curious, does Eastside Plating emit any air quality issues related to hazardous air pollutants? Do you have a permit, or are there emissions?
This facility does have an air quality discharge permit. We've done sampling. We've been real successful with chrome emissions. Most recently, EPA did a significant reduction, up to like a 90% reduction in the permissible exposure level, the PEL, for worker safety. Okay. And so we've accomplished that. Most of our exposures are with solutions and chemistries, primarily. Their exposures are very modest.
So is chromium the only air emission, or is cadmium, arsenic, lead?
It's been the dominant piece. Some of the materials that we use some lead anodes in a chrome process, but they're really not emissions that are material. No. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay.
The next 3 are Scott Henriksen, Jeremy Horn, and Tracy Fink, and they'll be followed by Tim Lamb, Linda Crossan, and Dan Yates.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Scott Henriksen. I'm the Environmental Health and Safety Manager for Eastside Plating. As has been pointed out, we are an industrial facility in an industrially zoned area. We work with corrosive and toxic chemicals on a daily basis. We have worked safely with them, as you've pointed out. We've been doing that since 1946, but even so, we still have to plan for contingencies. EPA regulations, OSHA regulations, the City of Portland's own codes require us to develop contingency plans. One of those contingencies is a site evacuation. With the type of chemicals that we have here, we would, depending on what the release was, small or large, we would have to isolate the area around the building for up to 150 feet for small spills, maybe 300 feet for a large release. And if we go into a nighttime situation, then those distances increase to 1/10 of a mile. We spend a lot of time training our employees on how to work around our chemistry safely. We have a lot of training programs in place and safety programs. We spend an hour with each and every new employee just going over the basics of those programs. We also require that all those new employees have 2 weeks of on-the-job training with a supervisor or other experienced operator to make sure that they're able to implement those programs safely while they're learning before they're allowed to work alone. We do annual refresher training with everyone. Supervisors also get an additional hour a month just on the specifics of the programs. I'm skeptical that the city can ensure that a group of people living in tents right next to this facility are going to be adequately prepared to deal with that type of contingency if the worst happens, which we all know could happen. There are earthquake hazards, natural hazards. There are things there. Even the Multnomah County Emergency Management Group is starting to incorporate hazardous materials into their contingency plans. For those reasons, I really don't think that the city should be undermining the zoning codes for this purpose. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Horn. I'm the technical director at Eastside Plating. I just want to kind of reiterate what Scott said. I'm going a little bit off script here. I heard something about training the population there in terms of emergency reactions and things like that. But these people are going to be temporary, a day, 2 days, a week. How are they going to get that training? And who's going to do it? I'm a chemical engineer. Scott is actually as well. So we have the expertise and we have the education to train people, to train our employees on how to safely deal with these things in case of emergencies. Who's going to train this vulnerable population living literally right next door? Very concerned, and I'm from a safety standpoint. I'm a chemical engineer. I know how to handle that stuff. I guarantee you nobody in those tents would know. My name is Jeremy Horn. So the nature of our business requires us to handle numerous hazardous materials and dispose of the wastes these processes generate responsibly. From a chemical engineer standpoint, such as myself, I love the chemistry that makes metal finishing possible, where customers' parts look better, they're more corrosion resistant, and function more successfully. We train all of our employees on the hazards associated with our business, from proper storage requirements to safe handling to the personal protective equipment we use in daily work activities. Occasionally, we need to improve our processes or add processing capability to offer services to customers. We regularly invest in improving our waste treatment and compliance systems. With tent living adjacent to an industrial chemical facility, permitting may be difficult to achieve and might impair our ability in the future to improve our processing services and desire to continually be the best and most cutting-edge metal surface finisher in the Portland area. Please do not move the R2D2 homeless camp next to this industrial chemical facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tracy Fink. I'm the plant manager again of Eastside Plating. I'm still the manager. I require all visitors to the facility to sign in and be attended by an ESP employee for their own safety. In addition, ESP has non-disclosure agreements with customers requiring us to secure the view of customer parts and protect their property. In the past, homeless campers have been found wandering the facility unattended, seeking services like tools, electricity, water, restrooms, etc. This has occurred in the past without any formal invitation to 100 campers to sleep nearby. I am worried about controlling and restricting access to our facility. The perimeter of the building on the west and north sides include 4 overhead shipping doors that are regularly left open to support lift truck traffic to the production areas. On warmer days, since it gets hot in the building, opening these doors improve the work environment for my employees. I'm worried about our ability to control the volume of foot traffic that will likely disrupt our operations if a homeless camp is sited next to us. Although it may be R2D2's intention to avoid disrupting our operations, campers/residents change over regularly, and I doubt the effectiveness of their policies being followed or regarded by the host of others waiting for space in the camp area. Please do not approve a zoning revision allowing tent camping in the IG1 industrial zone.
Thank you. Thank you all.
The next three are Tim Lamb, Linda Crossan, and Dan Yates, and they'll be followed by Michael Withy, Christy White, and Susan Keel.
Tim, I think you're first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tim Lamb, as I am the business owner of Eastside Plating. Thank you again for my second opportunity to be able to speak to you. Thank you. I'm very concerned about the homeless problem we have in Portland and the direction the city is going to resolve it. I really want to make it clear, I'm not against the homeless, and I'm not against R2D2. As I have a sister that is homeless too, is in a shelter here in Portland. And it concerns me to think that she's going to be living in a tent next to hazardous chemicals. I would prefer she not be forced to camp there into an industrial area. I guess I'd like to ask the question, would you place a school next to hazardous chemicals? If not, why? You'd place R2D2 next to one, and I really see both as vulnerable groups of people. We should care about them. The other thought would be, if the city wants to use R2D2 as a national model for the cities, why would you want to suggest an appropriate setting for them? Do you really want to have the nation see that they're set next to hazardous chemicals? Even though we're very responsible in how we handle our waste and our processes, there's still that exposure. Portland's a large area, and I'm sure there are other choices for R2D2 because they do need to have someplace. But putting them next to hazardous chemicals just isn't one of those places. Please don't move R2D2 next to hazardous chemicals. Thank you.
My name is Linda Crossan, and I too realize that homeless people need a place to live, but I don't think the property next to Eastside Plating is the place for them. I've had adverse encounters with homeless living on the property before. I've been afraid of the fighting that has occurred and of the drug use. Safety is my main concern. Other employees and myself are worried about our safety, especially after dark. We don't want to be afraid to come to work and worry about the number of homeless expanding around the general area as it has occurred at Greeley. When the Portland Police cleared the area a couple months ago, hazmat staff needed to help clear the garbage and drug needles. It's my job to talk to customers, and they've complained about when homeless have approached them. I am worried our customers will no longer be willing to pick up or drop off parts for processing at our location. Without customers, Eastside Plating will no longer be in business. Please help us protect Eastside Plating jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Commissioners, good evening, I guess. I optimistically put good afternoon. I'm Dan Yates, property owner in the Central East Side Industrial District. I'm here not to discuss the inappropriateness of legalized camping in the city, but to rather propose solid alternatives that eliminate the need for the city to authorize camping. The city has an underutilized public asset in the Governor Tom McCall Waterfront Park that is directly adjacent to the bulk of city services located in Old Town that directly support the homeless community in all stages of their situation. I propose mooring at least one, possibly more vessels to provide dignified housing. I've tried to interest various city managers in purchasing an available ex-Navy repair barge located in Seattle. This vessel has over 6,400 square feet of living space, is fully plumbed with restrooms and showers, and could easily house over 300 plus people in 2 enclosed decks. The vessel's the cost is $249,000, less than $900 per bunk bed for temporary housing, and is 1/10 the cost of outdoor camping sites. As men are the vast majority of homeless, I would use this for single males. There are 2 quarter barges for rental or purchase. The 56-passenger quarter barge is for sale for $700,000, and a 90-person quarter barge is available for $1.1 million. These units are completely self-contained with temperature-controlled interiors, full galley, restrooms, 4-person cabins, and a laundry. I would reserve these barges for women. A real game changer would be buying the Catfish Bend riverboat. This is an inactive casino boat that is about 200 feet long and has a beam of 60 feet, giving her over 24,000 square feet of potential living area. She is fully plumbed and could have its open decks converted to multiple configurations to allow housing for families on one deck, large bunk rooms on the other. This one vessel could easily house in a climate-controlled environment over 1,000 people. This vessel is available for less than $700,000. This one asset can make a significant impact in providing dignified alternative housing for presently homeless. If all 4 vessels were purchased, the total investment would be about $3 million, providing transitional housing for 1,500 people. I encourage the city to look for alternatives that provide real solutions and also protect every citizen's right. The Willamette River is more than a static display and can play an important role in providing transitional housing while the city constructs more permanent housing on shore. I've included additional pages outlining the alternatives, and I'm stunned that the city has not followed up on this. Ship housing has been used for Olympics, it's been used for earthquakes in San Francisco. You're in a state of an emergency. These vessels are available and could have been in place in November, December, and kept hundreds of people out of the cold.
Thank you very much. We want to make sure that Bob Kita, who's sitting right behind you, gets a copy of your testimony because we still have about 1,500 or 2,000 more people to house. So thank you.
5 more boats.
Thank you.
Very much. We appreciate the constructive
Thank you.
suggestions.
The next 3 are Michael Withy, Christy White, and Susan Keel, and they'll be followed by Lance Killian, Thomas Bartlett, and Brad Gibson.
Hey, Michael, I think you're first.
Oh, that's great. First, I would just like to say Eastside Plating is, Mike Withy, sorry. I think that Eastside Plating owes us about 50 years worth of parking. And I also think that he should help his sister, the homeless one. So I'm sorry Mr. Fish is not here because he's speaking for Dan Saltzman, our housing commissioner today. Unfortunately, I don't know why. My question is for you, Mr. Saltzman, since you're so anti-tent and you have been for years, I think you will admit that. You want to admit it now that you've
Michael,
never
let's
accepted.
Let's go to the subject matter, Michael.
Right. So this is obvious that we need this place for Right to Dream 2. They're not going to be there past October 31st. They hold 70-plus people per night. The city pays $10,000 per year per homeless person. R2D2 charges nothing. They've charged nothing to the city. They've saved the city millions of dollars, and all we have is one business, Eastside Plating, saying that they're going to ruin their business. They're going to run them under. They're the only business that's going to be even near this homeless camp, right? And yet, everything seems to be based on their testimony, how it's going to affect their business, whether a truck can back in or not. They have been using a public parking space, a beat-up old parking lot with holes in it for 50 years for free. And then once they find out that there's a homeless camp that might go there temporarily, all of a sudden there's half the crew here, right? I think it's just disgusting. They need a place to go, and this is a place they should go. Not only there, but there needs to be about 20 more. You think this is bad? Wait till you tell a neighborhood that you're going to put one of these in their neighborhood. They'll have the entire neighborhood here. That's just one business. So you guys got your work cut out for you. I got to tell you, and Mr. Mayor, I got to congratulate you on the work that you've done. I know that you've stuck your neck out for a lot of people. I know that you probably have had a lot of sleepless nights with this problem. So congratulations on the hard work that you've done, and Amanda Fritz and Mark Lakeman, City Repair Project.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Christy, I think you're next.
Thank you. Christy White on behalf of the CIC Coalition. We can all agree.
Sorry, what's the name of the club?
Central East Side Industrial Council Coalition. We can all agree that homelessness is one of the great moral challenges that we're facing in our community, and it needs a humane and immediate solution. I understand that the objections I am going to raise here to the current solution may be uncomfortable, but I have faith, based on my past experience in front of this council, that you'll listen to these concerns, ask me any appropriate questions, and please know that this testimony is not anti-homeless and it's not anti-right to dream. The city's land use opinion calls this use a community service use, but not a residential community service use. That city finding is essential to allowing the camp at this location. We think there's a fatal flaw in that analysis. The definition of community service use includes 2 listed examples where people actually reside at the use. Those are mass shelters and short-term housing. The other examples are non-residential. Here's the key to that distinction. The code expressly prohibits the residential community service use on industrial land, but expressly permits the non-residential community service use on industrial land. So the simple question is this: are the tent campers using the site for residential purposes? I think they are. The use would therefore be prohibited. But the zoning opinion argues that the tent camps are less like a prohibited residential mass shelter and more like a non-residential use and are therefore allowed. Let me quickly address those arguments. The zoning opinion concludes that the definition of mass shelter implies a roof. Because the camp doesn't have a roof, the opinion finds that it's less like a residential mass shelter, even though the purpose of the camp is residential. That analysis turns the code on its head. If you have a roof on a residential use, you're not allowed on industrial land. If you take the roof off or the fence down, you are still residential, but you're allowed on residential land. That creates more conflict with the industrial uses and more exposure. The zoning opinion actually acknowledges that the uses where people reside for more than 30 days is a residential use and prohibited, or arranges tenancy for more than 30 days. I'll wrap up.
Do you have your
Yes, I
testimony
do.
in writing?
Can I
And
finish this sentence, please?
Well, obviously, we're going to read through and very carefully digest your comments before we take any vote, so
Well,
thank
we
you.
gave other people up to 2 or 3 minutes. I'd like to know the rest of the testimony.
Oh, okay, thank you. So campers are allowed to stay here for more than 30 days. There's an agreement or arrangement that they're not terminated after 30 days, and there's 14 permanent resident dreamers. What that means to me is they're staying longer than 30 days. In that case, it's a residential use, and therefore also a prohibited use in the code. I was going to turn to a solution and a pledge on that solution, but I just hope you would read that in our written testimony that I'll submit into the record. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Keel again, Chair of the Board of OMSI. And I'm someone that's worked hard to help build Portland into a vibrant and successful city. I'm absolutely dismayed that we have come to this, forcing people to camp on industrial land. Those in the homeless community deserve compassion and respect, not to be swept under a tarp next to freight rails and hazardous materials and away from services. Our concerns can be boiled down to 3 points. The move's going to cause irreparable harm to the area, not just to East Side Plating. The perception that this camp poses a public safety threat will undoubtedly deter visitors to the area at a cost. It moves a project forward on an interpretation of the ZCL that is an illegal use. Christy just talked about it. It's going to exacerbate the already overwhelming occurrence of camping in the Central East Side. Nothing has been done to address the current situation of tents sprawled throughout the area, nor have we been given any indication that with 100 more people living there and people coming during the daytime, that anything is going to be done about that. A lack of enforcement of the tent camping laws means you're choosing to ignore any complaints of your other constituents. We have no recourse once the tents go up. For years, the camp on the west side has been in violation of city code. Commissioner Salzman tried to deal with that and ignored enforcement orders. It undermines the very policies and plans that you've sworn to uphold. That's the zoning code and the Southeast Quadrant Plan. It puts the general fund at risk due to the liability. You've got a choice here, and I have assumed City Council was in a position to lead. I'd really like to have you do that with a solution that doesn't divide us, that brings us together.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Next 3 are, we're on number 16, Lance Killian, Thomas Bartlett, and Brad Gibson. And they'll be followed by Wade A. Varner, Sarah Carlston, and M.K. Katie Bresch.
Okay, good afternoon. Go ahead.
Oh, my name's Brad Gibson. I'm Vice Chair of the Right to Dream Board. And I have sitting in front of me the documents for backing into the, I know this is an issue, and I'm an ex-truck driver with hazmat endorsement. And I could make this hole in, with one eye tied behind my back. Also, the tankers that is depicted here is a 10-wheeler and a pup. They did not put that on the visual up there. But see, that was a 53 smoothbore tanker, okay, which can easily hit that hole even with the telephone pole there. And with a 15-foot easement, okay, most holes that truckers get into are 12 foot. From, you have 2 foot on each side, and the next truck has the same 2 feet. So, that's, you walk through any truck stop. I mean, this is an awful thin area there, right? Well, like I said, with the hazmat, I often got stuck out in traffic, backing up into certain holes, and it happens all the time here in Portland. So I don't see anything without a couple of 1 or 2 spotters that they couldn't hit that hole. Being it is 15 feet across. That's an easy one to hit. So I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that.
Thank you. Ms. Welcome.
Good evening, council. My name is Lance Killian. I'm here speaking on behalf of Killian Pacific. We're a local family-owned real estate-focused company who works on enhancing community. Killian Pacific associated entities have developed and are in the process of developing 4 city blocks very close to the Southeast 3rd and Harrison site. We have invested in the immediate neighborhood in an effort to develop and provide compelling work environments for family wage jobs and supporting services. Just down the street from 3rd and Harrison, we're creating our city's first high-rise heavy timber office building that will house Simple Bank's headquarters. And we restored our city's oldest reinforced concrete office building to become one of its most energy-efficient buildings as part of Viewpoint Software's headquarters expansion. Our city's top job-creating firms have responded and will number in excess of 1,000 employees working at full completion, working within a 4 to 5 block radius of this site. We believe the decision to locate a homeless camp in this immediate area is counterproductive to the city's goals and objectives related to sustainable economic development, publicly supported planning and zoning, and long-term return on public investment and infrastructure. But most importantly, we're concerned this proposal isn't humane, nor is it a viable and long-term solution. We encourage you to address one of the most pressing human topics in our city with inspired and empathic leadership. We urge you to set a game-changing higher goal on this topic and utilize the incredible resources we have in this community that are ready, willing, and able to assist you. Draft off of best practices infused with our own Portland way of doing things. We understand that there are such bold visions being discussed in your very own city-sponsored organization, A Home for Everyone. Please be the leaders we can look up to and desire to follow, and we will rally behind you. The location of a tent camp on the Southeast 3rd and Harrison site isn't appropriate for 5 site-specific reasons. There are no services near the property to support the people who would be living there. Second, this isn't a residential area, and for good reason. Third, safety. As you've heard a lot already today, the adjacent heavy industrial use uses highly flammable materials and hazardous products. Fourth, public process. The City of Portland is known internationally for its integrity and quality of its urban planning. Your own Planning and Sustainability Commission voted to not support this. Why would you disregard that? Last, economic development. Along with established stable companies, this immediate area is enjoying a renaissance and becoming one of the densest employment areas in the Central East Side with a high technology cluster of companies such as Viewpoint and Simple. We implore you to not miss the opportunity this crisis represents to set a bold vision that will create a humanitarian, lasting, positive community result for which we can all be proud, not just a continuation of the present in a different, inferior location. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Was there a Thomas Bartlett? Okay, then we'll go with number 19, Wade Varner, Sarah Carlston, and MK Katie Brecht. And they'll be followed by number 22, Joe Levesque, Tim McCormick, and Mike Summers.
Okay, welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wade Varner with Homeless Against Homelessness in America, or HAHA as we're known to our friends. I personally know, as a son of a 46-year Teamster, that you are required to be able to back 250 feet in a 12-foot hole before you get your driver's license, so there's no problem at all with backing into that small of a place. And I personally lived under the over-ramp of 405 here, where the old plating company was right across the street, and it doesn't seem to have done anything to me.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you for a second. Mr. Davis, this is not okay. You're going to need to have a seat and let people come participate in their city council meeting without being harassed. Thank you. Go have a seat, please. Go ahead, sorry. There's seats. We'll make sure one's available to you. Go ahead.
As somebody who was homeless or living in a van for 21 years and finally got off the streets through the VASH program because I'm a veteran, I'm a disabled veteran, we need to find places in neighborhoods where you can do it. They found it in Chicago when they tore all the things down. They built these small 20, 25 housing units in the neighborhoods of the area, and they found out that the crime and the gang rates dropped like by 75%. We need to do that with the homeless population in here. Get them out among the folks, let them know what's going on, get them in a camp where they can be supervised and allowed to be able to have a phone and other uses for the, and as far as over there for toilets and stuff like that, I've been saying this for years. Take a 40-foot container, you can put showers and toilets inside those. The nice part about it is you have 3 intakes, 3 outlets, or 1 intake and 3 outlets, where you can put it, and then you can pick those up, put them on a trailer, and move them to someplace if it becomes undesirable for that location to do, which it's going to be, because sooner or later they're going to build condos on it because it's the only place close in you can build condos anymore. So I could see in 10 years, 20 years ago, when I was homeless living in Northwest, I mean, I can't believe what it's done, and it's great. But if we do not take care of the poor people in this town, which is why we have a thing, I've sat there and watched thousands of units of low-income housing, the old hotels and stuff, be demolished for all these new buildings, and yet we're not building the replacements for these thousands of people.
Thank you.
The containers and everything else, those kind of things can work and will work, and they have worked in other cities. Please do not stop looking at every single thing that we can do to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Sarah Carlston. I just wanted to say that I support Right to Dream 2 and everything that they do. They helped me and my husband stay together and to find housing and to find jobs and go back to school. And it's a great thing to have when there aren't any other options at that time. I think that them moving to this area isn't going to cause all the problems that people think. I think that that's mostly ignorance and fear. And I think that once it's out there, that people will realize that it's not going to draw all this crime, and it's not going to draw a whole bunch of homeless people that are going to crawl in your doors when they're open in the summertime just to see what they can find. And I think that focusing on a truck backing up is a ridiculous way to deal with a situation. And Right to Dream 2 isn't a permanent solution, but it's one that exists now and it works now, so it should still be accessible to people until something else can be done. And that's all.
Thank you. I'm really glad to hear you and your husband are doing better.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Katie Bretsch, and I've lived in Southeast Portland since the 70s and been active in land use issues there. I served on the Southeast Uplift Land Use Committee, land use chair of 2 different neighborhood associations, and was the chair of Sunnyside Land Use when we did the last neighborhood plan in 1996. All of that said, the biggest, most spectacular ass I ever made of myself was right here in one of these chairs talking about homeless issues. So I'm here to try to, can, recapture some dignity by offering you something useful, hopefully this time. So 3 things that I want to bring, and the first is from my experience with the land use business, is that throughout all of that activity, inclusion was always a theme in every survey that we did, every conversation that we had with neighbors. All through all those many decades, Southeast has always been very dedicated to the economic justice component of housing and keeping the lowest income people with us throughout all that time. And so that, I think, is a really important finding for your process here. The other 2 things that I want to offer are what I think are evidence-based things that might help mitigate some of the resistance. And one of those is when I was here making an ass of myself was over what was going on in Sunnyside at the time. And a bunch of us were really head up and had these misconceptions like the attraction theory and all of that with problems we're having there. And when the Police Bureau ran their Tired of Tweakers missions, suddenly all these things we'd been objecting to disappeared. And I'll send some notes with more information about that. The other thing is that there's a huge evidence base for big deciduous trees being positive, both environmentally and for community acceptance of facilities that might otherwise be rejected. And again, I'll send some notes on that, but I think those are all evidence-based things that I'd hope you'd consider.
Thank you very much.
And yes, we are hoping to look after the big trees that are currently on the site. Thank you.
The next 3 are number 22, Joe Levesky, Tim McCormick, and Mike Summers. And they'll be followed by Lisa Fay, Mike Jenkins, and Rodney Wall.
I was just trying to get around you there. There we go. Go ahead, please, while he's getting settled.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Tim McCormick, and I run a project called Houselets, which is exploring and prototyping low-cost housing solutions for low-income and homeless populations. For the last couple of years, I've been researching and visiting homeless and low-income housing around the country on the West Coast. And I'm in the area just recently. I'm a Portland native living here part-time. We've heard a lot of testimony and issues about the risks and the downsides, and I want to acknowledge that that's legitimate, and this may not be the ideal site. I'm struck by the thought of how comfortable would I be next to this facility. But the truth of the matter is, every site has issues. Every place you go to is going to be a battle, and there will be a bunch of people who will come out. And in the meantime, if you don't do something, a whole community of people will be left on the street at risk of death. And, I'd like to think of this as the great positive potential of this project. And from my perspective, which is pretty comparative, I've been looking at things all over, it's become clear to me that Portland stands out in the world. It's looked to around the world now as a leader in pragmatic, innovative solutions. That includes Dignity Village, Caravan, Tiny House Hotel, and Right to Dream. And cities all over the world and the country have these same problems that we have, but virtually nowhere are people being as pragmatic and down to earth as Portland is and saying, you know what, this isn't perfect, it's not our ideal site, but we're not going to kick this down the road for another few years. We're going to do something now, learn from it, and maybe improve upon it. So I really want to urge you not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and realize that people accommodated now is more important than perhaps some fine point of how the planning process you'd like to have, on the east side. That can be worked out, but someone dying on the street tonight can't be worked out.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Who'd like to be next? Go ahead.
Next?
Sure, go ahead.
I was there a couple of weeks ago. You weren't there.
I'm back.
You were there. You were there.
We remember you.
You remember me? I sent you some stuff through Susan. Did you guys get copies of it? Did you read that stuff?
Just put and when you start tonight, just put your name in the record again.
The name is Joe Levesque, Levesque. I'm an old builder, developer. I built affordable homes. I built a lot of affordable homes. You people here are doing the best you know how to do. You're the victim of what's going on. Well, what's going on's been going on for a long time. There's nothing new with the housing problem. There's nothing new with the affordable problems. This, what he's talking about here, we were thinking about that 60 years ago. I sent you a copy of a home that was built in 33 hours. Did you get a copy of that? Should have got that. I want to get involved with that one there, but I don't want to talk about that right now. This morning when I got up, you know, I live with this stuff. You do this for a living, and I'm not doing it for a living right now. I don't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening to my country. I used to know this country when it was a free country. Free. People think this is a free country. It's not a free country like it used to be. Anyhow, when I got up this morning, I made a list. I ended up with 24 notes concerning housing. Here's one then I picked up the Columbian. There's a picture here. The politicians are making a big dog and pony show out of this thing. It's 30 units that caters to the homeless people, just like these guys around here are. $6 million. That's $200,000 a unit. For your information, years ago, I go back a long time, we built these things. And there's a problem with those kind of units. When people move in on a studio apartment, 400 square foot, and furnish them, they get tired, or they get a girlfriend, then they get married, then they get a one-bedroom. Then after they have a kid, then they get a two-bedroom. Then after they get a two-bedroom, they want to get a house. That's the place we should be. Anyhow, I'm down to nothing here.
Well, we appreciate it. Make sure you send us copies of that, if you haven't already.
Anyhow, what I was going to say, one more thing. I'd like to have you people write a letter to Washington State University based on the information that I gave you, and let them know to have them look into the All-American Financial Aid and Relief Program. No one has ever told me that this can't work. Now, there's 5 laws that have to do with housing, whether you know it or not. I'm going to try to educate you here.
Not now.
Not now.
Thank you, though.
Mr. Levesque, I really appreciate you coming in a second time. You've really been helpful. Claire Adamski is on my staff is here, and she's going to give you a card. If you have time to come in and talk with me in my office, I'd love to hear more of your advice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you all. Okay.
Now it's my turn. I'm Mike Summers. I'm with Right to Dream too. Within the last 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month, I've heard the argument about how inhumane sleeping in a tent is. Well, is it humane to see somebody sleeping on the sidewalk or in a doorway with no protection over their head? Is it humane to see a homeless person going through the garbage can to get their next meal, or panhandling to get a couple bucks to go up to McDonald's and order off the value menu? I mean, this is, I may have a warped sense of what humane is, but that ain't it. And as far as, the guys from East Coast Plating, I've worked in a company for 15 years that had, or does have, a anodizing line that anodized 25-foot pieces of metal. So I do have some type, of understanding of if there's a spill, what to do. If we do move over there, and by the way, I do support the move, I could do it very easily. I could learn it very easily because I've had some experience with it. Other than that, I'm all for the move. I want to see us be able to help just a few more people. Maybe lift them up and see if they can get their lives turned around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next 3 are number 25, Lisa Fay, Mike Jenkins, and Rodney Wall. And they will be followed by number 29, Tammy Moody, Earl Moody, and Ibrahim Mubarak.
Okay. Could somebody move the chair out of the way for you there? There we go. Come on up. Welcome. Go ahead.
I'll let her speak
Okay,
first.
go ahead, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Hales and Amanda and Josh Albert and Mark Lakeman and the host and myriad of other people that have helped to support Right to Dream 2 and support this move.
Just put your name in the record too.
Oh, I'm Lisa Fay. I'm chairperson of Right to Survive, former board member of Right to Dream 2, and helped to establish the model that we have now. It astounds me that we have been at 4th and Burnside since October of 2011. We've been in chambers every month, sometimes every week, discussing Right to Dream 2 and the need for more Right to Dream 2s and the need for more low-impact, low-barrier, affordable housing units. And no, 3rd and Harrison is not the ideal spot, but that is the location that is on the table for us. And no, we will not be bringing more houseless people into the Southeast. They're already there. Incredible. We will not be bringing people that are going to be vandalizing cars or parking our company vehicles or using private property or city-owned property for a thoroughfare for our hazardous waste trucks to come in. And we will not be parking RVs on there that are hindering your trucks from getting to your building. They were already there. What I'm saying is we come in good faith with hopes of a good neighbor agreement. If you ask the neighbors in Old Town Chinatown, we have done nothing but enhance the neighborhood. We've helped police the neighborhood. We've brought down crime. You even said earlier today that you have heard from the police commissioner that we have been upstanding citizens. We plan to do the same thing in Southeast. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Port Drop, aka Port Drops Projects. I've called you out in the newspaper to say come down and sleep with me at Right to Dream when I first moved here 3 years ago. I got stage 4 cancer. I got an amputated leg because of it. I was homeless on your streets. I went through Tent City. You know what? It saved my life. Now I'm in a place called Bud Clark. It's a heroin house. We got people dying in there right now, and we're worried about these people coming down about plate and all this other stuff. I ain't got time for all that. I ain't got time to listen all afternoon at these testimonies of these people. I'm going to tell you what's going on in this city. What's going on in this city is we need help with these people out there on the streets. We need a safe place to go. You know, I've been a truck driver. I've been working with asbestos. I know all that. I'm dying because of asbestos right now. I'm not dying because of heroin. Now, Right to Dream was a place for me to get off the streets and be safe when I got to town. Now, if you take that away from us, what are you going to give us? We can't go indoors because I'm indoors right now. You got a bigger problem indoors of these heroin houses. Now, I'm going back out on the streets, and I'm probably going to live over there because of that. I got stage 4 cancer. My leg's been cut off. I'm sitting in Bud Clark in a facility that is supposed to be helping me, but it's not because it's letting drugs go on in there. Now, Right to Dream does not let drugs on in there, and I can vouch for that because I'm part of the system that keeps it out of there. We work with cannabis people there. I go Christmas Eve 3 years in a row. I don't see these clowns out there feeding the homeless, but I was out there in my wheelchair feeding them food, putting shirts on their backs. I've gone up to Seattle, and I just got out of the jungle. I spent a week up there. I talked to the mayor up there. The mayor up there's got more problems than what you got. I hope that you will stand up and do some. I don't care about that buzzer. I'm here, and I'm homeless, and I don't care now. I want you, Mayor, to call the president up and ask for the same thing Washington or Seattle did. You need help. You need it now because we got people. You got more problems than this. You got a heroin house here, and I want to meet with you and discuss that. And I want you to really say about Right to Dream and stick up for them. They have saved my life. And I keep clean and sober because I can take other people there to get help 24/7. To sit here and listen to these people say, I drove a truck. I can back a truck. I can put a triple in that hole. All right? I can put four trucks. And you know what? I worked for hazmat. I hauled government shipments. You know what? There's proper codes. For them to come in here and tell you all this stuff, I'm no genius. Get a flag man, $15 an hour. Do it. The other doors, they can find a way and a solution to pipe that chemical through their shop. If it's gonna cost them a few more dollars, oh well. The guys, sisters out on the streets right now, well, good. I hope I find her and I'm gonna get her off the streets and not be sitting here in front of council. That's all I got to say. Pork Chops Projects.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Tammy, I think you're first. That's okay with you. Go ahead.
I'm Tammy Moody. I want to thank Right to Dream 2 for saving my marriage, saved my life. I was 4 years ago. I was homeless 4 years ago. And Abraham, my sister-in-law, brought me up to Right to Dream 2. And they took us off the streets and they showed me what homeless was all about. They helped me get off drugs. Yeah, so that's why, I do.
Thank you very much.
My name's Earl Liddy. My wife, as she said, 4 years ago we came to town. My sister was in a clean and sober housing, cutting houses, introduced us to Abraham and Right to Dream 2. We were 3 months into them opening up. It did save our life and our marriage. Methamphetamines got the best of us. Within 4 months, we were into a place in Northeast Portland, 72nd Killingsworth. My business started to flourish, so I moved to Idaho to do that. I lost business and everything because of drug usage again. I was living on Social Security, rent increase, got us back to where we're at now. We traveled 400 miles to come back home to a place we knew would be safe. I moved in with my sister into her new apartment. She's strictly nothing but methamphetamine usage all day long. We got caught up in that. I couldn't do it no more. My wife ran across to Abraham one day as we were just trying to figure out what we're going to do. And he says, come and talk to me. I'm back home at Right to Dream 2. It saves marriages. It saves. Thanks.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ibrahim Mubarak, co-founder of Dignity Village, founder of Right to Survive, and co-founder of Right to Dream 2. I've been in the houseless community in Portland, Oregon for about 16 years, and I always face these adversities with people speaking on what things they don't know and of fear. And if they did their homework, they would know that Right to Dream 2 is a houseless community, but it's a houseless community where people come and try to get back into the mainstream of things. And we figure out the first thing that a houseless person need is rest. And that's why we call it a rest area where people come get rest. And as Trish stated before, our statistics speak for itself. We did our homework, and for the Clayton company next to us, I wonder how many people of color that work there, how many women that work there, and what they're afraid of. You all wasn't concerned about us before we decided to move over there. Why you playing like you concerned about us now? You didn't come help us out. I was an aerospace technician and quit my job to help the homeless community out. What are you all doing to help us out by trying to ridicule us and say how bad and nasty and ugly we are, which we should be afraid of you all because we doing the things that we need to do to become productive while you keep putting those negativities on us. We ask the city for no penny. We've been operating Right to Dream 2 by teaching the houseless community how to write grants, how to do public speaking. We sell our souvenirs. We get in-kind donations. And people that find work, they come back and give money back to us. And that's why we're not working in getting money from the Housing Committee, Commissioner Fish. But we are willing to work with you all, so when people do come to Right to Dream 2, maybe you all can put them in housing, and we can keep on utilizing that as a transitional spot where people come to Right to Dream 2 to get housing. We know that we need each other, and we're trying to connect things in intersectionality where we can help each other. Again, we can educate the houseless people, since we do a 2-block radius, and keep the crime level down. We can train the people how to be flaggers for the trucks that come in. We have people in the community that did all kinds of things in their life, even truck drivers that two-spoken here, and they know how it is to drive trucks. And you're talking about people with experience. Again, that's that negative thought that shows me you don't know what you're talking about, because everybody in the houseless community was something before they became houseless. The move is needed because the land is sold, and everybody say it may not be the ideal place, but it's in the meantime temporary need for the houseless people that's utilizing it right now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Next three are 32 Leo Rhodes, Sue Stahl, and Robert Jackson, number 34. And they'll be followed by 35, David Keefe Davis, Sarah Inarone, and Marion Haynes.
Give her helps. Give her a hand there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leo Rhodes, and I'm a homeless advocate, also co-founder of Right to Dream 2 and a board member. The mayor, we had a conversation when you had this emergency for the homeless, and my comment to you was the working homeless people are asking, why are they rewarding non-homeless or homeless people that have vices, drugs, alcohol, mentally ill with housing? Where's my housing at? A lot of these homeless individuals are like that. This gives a chance for people with Right to Dream 2, gives a chance for these individuals to have a spot and to keep on working instead of trying to fight the system, fight the cops that keep taking away their stuff with what's the word I'm trying to think of? The sweeps. Yes, the sweeps. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So also, Right to Dream 2 started October 10, 2011. I got housing, and I believe I was the first person that got housing out of there, which was December 7, 2011. It took me 10 years to get housing because I didn't want to play the system like the system is, which is you have to be on drugs, alcohol, or mentally ill in order to get housing. I have none of those vices, and I couldn't get any housing because of that. So I was considered a chronically homeless person. People consider somebody like me that's been out there for 10 years, oh, well, he likes it out there. That's why he's doing that. He doesn't want this. It wasn't that. It was just that I wasn't going to play that system and say, look, yeah, every homeless person is on drugs and alcohol. No, I'm not going to do that, and I didn't do that. December 7th of last year was my 4-year anniversary. Now, I've been keeping my place clean, been keeping up on my bills and other stuff. I know that there's a lot of people that talk about wait just a minute. Right to Dream 2 is just a temporary place until there's enough affordable housing for everybody. It's not a permanent solution. This is what's happening right now is what we're talking about and what I believe Amanda Fritz was talking about, getting people together. That is my goal, and that's what I would like, people to get together and understand that not every homeless person is on drugs, alcohol, mentally ill. When you talk about mentally ill, also, you're talking about sleep deprivation. Sleep deprivation is when homeless people don't get that chance to sleep at night because of the sweeps. Now, they're walking around like zombies. They don't make good decisions. And when they react to that kind of stuff, then people start pointing their finger and saying, oh, look, that homeless person's on drugs. Oh, look, that homeless person is mentally ill. No, sleep deprivation, it's big out there. And this is why it's needed, Right to Dream too. That's just a temporary thing. I heard a lot of other suggestions, which is great. We need to start doing this. We need to start putting more stuff on out there other than affordable housing, ways of getting homeless people inside a safe, secure place. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. I'd like to start with a quote. Whatever you do to the least of my brothers, that you do to me. My name is Sue Stahl. I'm the Vice Chair of the Portland Commission on Disability and a member of many other community groups. But I'm here today as a human being supporting fellow human beings who have the same basic rights to services as all of us do. We also have the right to access these services without barriers. We have the right to be accepted as part of society without being ostracized and swept into a corner. I'm talking about the community that is the Right to Dream 2 and the city's plan to uproot it and move it to a place that is further from social services, further from their community, and from all outward appearances is in the corner of Portland society. Currently located at 4th and Burnside, there are many crucial services within only a 10-minute walk. You have Outside In, which addresses changing needs of the homeless and low-income youth. You have women's centers that provide safe and affordable planning. You have the Old Town Clinic, and then you have Hooper's Detox Center, which is about a 20-minute walk. But City Hall uses the argument that each resident of Right to Dream 2 will be given a free transportation pass so that buses and MACs will take these individuals to the places they need to go. However, it is not as simple as that. Right to Dream 2 has to ask for grants to fund these free passes. As a grant writer myself, I know how arduous and time-consuming this process can be. You can wait anywhere from 3 to 6 months to get the needed funding. So instead of helping residents fight through addiction or finding services, Eve is working on grants. This is barrier number one.
So thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay.
My name is Robert Jackson again. A bit of history of Oregon. My great-grandfather signed the Oregon territorial documents in his living room in Champouie, Oregon. He married my Chinook great-grandmother. I take the position that that created apartheid. The first laws of Oregon said if you're Black, Hispanic, Native, or Asian, you could not testify against a white person or sit on a jury. And of course, we created reservations that were called apartheid. Now we're in an era where we have certain people in the community want to continue apartheid. We have apartheid in Israel. When I went to Israel in 1972, my Palestinian tour guide was an archaeologist. He drove me by a house in Bethlehem. He says, Robert, do you see that house there? Yes. My family lived there for 300 years. Menachem Begin came in with his army, threw my family out of that house, and moved an Israeli family in. So I want to remind you, I said, yes, we have 500 years of apartheid. So Israel is doing apartheid, South Africa is doing apartheid, and now we have a community today that is looking at apartheid. Just go someplace else, go Greyhound. So my position is that I have a couple of concerns about your agreement I just sat down and read, is that you have a current council that is supportive of this initiative, have spent several years to put this together. But what happens when there's a new mayor, what happens when there's a new council member. This is a 10-year agreement, but there are no checks and balances. Virtually, a new city council can come in and throw this organization out the door. The $1 billion of the East Side real estate of commercial or industrial area can bring a lawsuit against a small nonprofit, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on frivolous lawsuits, and there are no protections in this agreement that the city attorney as well as others in the community would support this organization. You also only have mediation without the provision of a lawsuit and due process. I would ask that you actually incorporate that into this agreement to give protections to this simple nonprofit working on a shoestring. I appreciate your work. I've worked with homeless people since 1990. They're
Thank you for your testimony. If you
And
could send the
finally-
rest in writing, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
finally, one final thing is that
We're actually
I've
running
worked
out of
with
time. The
Chief
council's gonna
Seattle
lose a
Club in
quorum.
Seattle.
Thank
Their
you very
board of
much.
Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next three are David Keefe Davis.
So how many do we
Sarah-
have, how many do we have left? Sorry.
5 more.
All right, we'll take those and then take action.
David Keefe Davis, Sarah Ian Narone, and Marion Haynes. And then the last two are Terry Light and Trillium Shannon.
Okay, you're here, come on up. Seeing two of those. Anyone else of that group still here? Okay, go ahead, David.
So I'm David Keefe Davis with Fight the Sweeps Portland and also founding member of Multnomah County Cop Watch. I just wanted to say that R2D2 reduces crime, reduces homelessness, and is a service to the community in ways that no other city agency or county agency or other community agencies have provided. And I not only endorse them getting this spot, I endorse them getting 10, 20 more spots since they've shown themselves to be such a great organization that actually does put a serious dent in the homeless problem. And, you know, there's a lot of different people here that have argued all this various stuff about city codes and all this other stuff. Well, you want to know what? The homeless state of emergency overrides all these various city codes in a lot of ways. So you guys, you yuppies out there and you business owners or whoever that thinks business overrides human rights and human survival, you just need to shut up and take it, okay? And deal with it. This is the new deal, okay? So all you yuppies are just gonna have to deal with the new deal and realize that the city is finally gonna do a few things for homeless people. So you guys just need to shut up and do something yourself or come with some better plan since no one else has stepped up other than Right to Dream. And, you know, this is all about human survival and all these BS arguments are just, you know, I can't even believe some of the stuff I've heard here today, you know, and this guy is talking about apartheid, you know, apartheid, homeless apartheid is a huge reality everywhere, okay? And you can go look at a video on YouTube by Mike Bluehair, Film the Police Portland, that I helped film. It's called Homeless Apartheid. And, you know, so I endorse Right to Dream in all sorts of ways. They're one of the best community organizations, and no one else is doing the job that they are doing. So I endorse you guys to give them, you know, 10, 20 more spots or other city properties to take over and replicate this role model.
Thank you. Marion, you're next.
Good evening, Mayor Hales, members of council. My name is Marion Haynes. I'm with the Portland Business Alliance. We couldn't agree more that we as a community need to be doing more to help those experiencing homelessness on our streets. So we very much agree about that. I will limit my comments. It's getting late, but just wanted to really focus on the issues around the zoning confirmation letter and would agree with the comments by Christy White that we think that there are some flaws in the analysis that put this into a community service category and yet not the mass shelter and short-term housing that are prohibited in industrial zone I think those provisions in the code are there to avoid potential conflicts in industrial zones between residential uses and industrial uses. And my reading, so this is not necessarily about R2D2. I think it's a unique organization and what they're doing. But if this zoning code is adopted, this confirmation letter is adopted, this will essentially open up this type of use as an allowed use in industrial zones all over the city. Those become non-discretionary permit applications, and so these types of encampments, which are challenging and bring out a lot of different points of view, won't necessarily have the opportunity to come back before council if they, still have under 3,000 square feet of structures and things of that nature. So it's a bigger issue that the zoning confirmation letter brings up, and just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Terry Light, and I think the last time I was here testifying, it was before Paris, and I've come back from Paris. So I look forward to Portland having Right to Dream 2 in a neighborhood, so it has a neighborhood association to have dialogue with. I don't think that R2D2 is a solution yet, totally. It is a place where people can rest, hold their belongings, be among peers, find the energy and rest to get up and work to get inside, and they've shown a record of getting people inside. There necessarily needs to be more conflict and dialogue. That's all part of understanding our condition as human beings and where we're at this moment in time. We are at a time where we really need to have some drastic change in the way we have society. And a big change we have to do is how we have our social contracts. We are not making success all by ourselves. We need each other. And those relationships and qualities of relationships define how we can succeed or not succeed. I've seen really a lot of recovery from R2D2, people getting their minds together after having loss of sleep, maybe even traumas they've had. The people there help each other in ways that shelters cannot, because the people who are providing help in shelters are in a shelter system and have those limitations. And finally, I want to say system thinking says you cannot have solutions if you do not have the people experiencing the problems have central in finding those solutions. And R2D2 has shown that they have a voice, and they are the reason we have a state of emergency here in Portland, because of their voice. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we appreciate sorry, one more. All right.
Trillium Shannon was the last person who signed up.
Okay. Shannon's still here. Mr. Johnson, you get the last word before we deliberate and discuss.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I usually don't say it that way, but good evening, Council members. I'm Charles Johnson. And what we have here, obviously we have some people from East Side Plating, a little bit contentious issue for them, regardless of how they've run wild in the neighborhood there before. But what we have is an absence of highly paid poverty pimps. The executive director of Transition Projects, not around. The executive director of Central City Concern, not around. They're doing something else with their $100,000+ salaries right now. But they're not coming forward with a better solution. Nobody's come forward. Well, there was the brilliant idea with the ships. I like that. Let's get somebody to ships and barges. Other than that, nobody's given you a better option, so you have to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we should proceed to take action on these two resolutions. We still have a majority of the council here. So if there are no further questions.
Just get a clarification from Catherine Beaumont, please.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine, would you mind? The assertion has been made that this is a land use proceeding and that we are required to give a 7-day continuance to hold the record open. Would you comment on that, please?
That the statute that was cited applies to quasi-judicial land use quasi-judicial land use decision. In my opinion, this does not satisfy the state law definition of quasi-judicial. Yes, it does concern a piece of property, but this is not a process where you are applying pre-existing criteria, nor is it a process that is bound where you have to make a decision. So in my sense, no, that statute doesn't apply.
Thank you very much. If there's no further discussion, then let's take a.
Questions, Commissioner
I
Fisher?
have a bunch of questions, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We have staff come up. So and thank you for the earlier presentation. Under the terms of this resolution, what's the process for establishing the terms of Exhibit E?
I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me, Exhibit E.
User's Code of Conduct for the property.
The user's code of conduct is what exists currently with R2D2, as well as we'll work with them on, as you pointed out earlier, the age, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Salzman, that we include things that are not currently included that we want to have included. We worked with them on the Lot 7 site and started that process, but never finished that site, so we're continuing that process.
And paragraph 7 of the user agreement, the space use agreement rather, has another set of general conditions. Who enforces those conditions? They have to do with
I don't have that
behavior on the site and
The
compliance with-
site is self-managing, so the R2D2 board and the members actually manage the actual site. We take care of the buildings, what the city owns as far as buildings and structure, and we manage to the use agreement and make sure those are met.
Under this agreement, Bob, who is responsible in the city for overseeing this contract?
That has not been determined yet.
That has not been determined?
That's correct. The use agreement is still draft, and we're still working on
Mayor,
that.
do you have a thought on that?
It's still a draft. I think that can be determined.
You're the mayor. Do you have a view as to who should have oversight of this particular development?
You mean who on the city side?
Well, it's an agreement between the city and a nonprofit. We have, Dignity Village is overseen by the Housing Bureau. You said earlier that you are interested in moving the homeless services of the city to the county. You are running camping for the city.
Or he's running me.
When this thing is, if this thing is agreed to, who is responsible for it?
I think that's up for us to determine when we write the agreement, but what's before us today is a zoning confirmation letter and a resolution of intent. So I'd like to act on those in turn and determine those other questions later after we've decided these questions.
If you'd like to bring us to bring the use agreement back, we could do that.
Bring it back to council.
The questions that Commissioner, I'm taking a cue here from Commissioner Fritz, who is usually the one who burrows into the details. We have an agreement in front of us that doesn't specify the cost. It doesn't specify the rules. It doesn't specify who enforces. And it doesn't define some of the key terms. And so at some point, we're going to have to flesh that out. What's the intent?
So I appreciate your attention to detail.
I learned it from the master.
And we're trying to do one step at a time. I know that this concern in the community about the Good Neighbor Agreement having the city being a party to it and being somewhat more enforceable than Good Neighbor Agreements often are. So I'd be very comfortable returning to council with a final use agreement and the Good Neighbor Agreement at a further
And we
time.
can direct whatever staff we choose to direct to follow up, whether
Yeah.
it's Mr. Kita or someone else.
We have almost a full-time person at the Housing Authority, as Ibrahim knows, who works on the success of Dignity Village, because it's a complicated relationship. Have we determined where we think this will be housed in terms of the oversight?
We actually look into the Office of Management and Finance, to OMF.
And
There's
that's
a
primarily because,
Facilities manager.
Because we own the property.
well, is that also because Commissioner Salzman has said he doesn't want Housing Bureau money involved?
No, it's because the Office of Management and Finance has been managing this property since we purchased.
The Office of Management and Finance, Mayor, has never managed a homeless housing or camp or program, to my knowledge. And we do, I appreciate the flexibility that we are operating under, but we do have a Housing Bureau.
Well, we have an agreement with a nonprofit organization in the case of this property.
As we do with
that's
the Housing
draft.
Bureau, as we do with the Housing Bureau on almost every project.
If the
we
Housing
manage.
Bureau wants to volunteer to manage this, then I think we should take that under consideration.
As I said, we're just trying to do one step at a time. and we'd be happy to come back with more details, including cost, including final site plan, including a revised use agreement.
Oversight, rules,
Yeah,
liability issues.
absolutely.
And so, okay,
Further questions for staff? Okay, then let's take a vote. Oh, sorry. go ahead.
Mayor, actually, I would feel more comfortable if we waited on a vote until next week. There's some conversations I like to have with staff before casting a vote.
Okay.
Because is that, we're going to throw an irreparable wrench into the monkey?
I don't think so, but there's no time like the present. But these are both resolutions. They are not ordinances. One is to accept the zoning confirmation letter, and the other is to affirm our intent to proceed. If either of those would benefit from more deliberation, that's always a possibility.
I also had an amendment I wanted to offer to 163.
Okay? Well, let's
You
deal with
just
one.
missed the conversation, though, which I think addresses your amendment,
Yeah.
which is.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, which is
in
about.
absentia.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
we all-
apologize, I was talking to Salem, but,
Oh, that's.
I would say.
Always,
work.
yeah.
Yes,
That's
thank
not-
you for doing
Salem's
that.
not as good as
So
we like.
And
what
keep
we
your
said was,
personal and your
we
professional sense.
heard your concern about minors on the property, and that we would come back at a future date with a revised use agreement and a good neighbor agreement and the final site plan with the costs and such.
those are all coming to us?
Yes,
Okay.
I think I heard from council that would, and I know members of the community would be more comfortable with that too. Does that address what your proposed amendment was
Yeah,
gonna say?
that was it, yeah.
So Mayor, would you describe for us what the effect of passing Resolution 163 is? I've raised a set of issues about the details, but what is your understanding of what was before us?
The effect of passing 162 is to say we agree with the Bureau of Development Services interpretation of the code and confirm that this is a use that is legal to place on this piece of property per our zoning code, correct? The effect of resolution number, the resolution of item number 163, the effect of that resolution is to instruct the Office of Management and Finance to continue the process and to make all preparations necessary for the relocation of the Right to Dream 2 nonprofit from its current location to this piece of city property. There are, as we've just discussed, there are mechanisms and documents that have to be completed in order for that to happen, like a use agreement. And those can be brought back to council, as Commissioner Fritz indicated. But the effect of item number 162 is to state our intent that we're moving Right to Dream 2 from its current location to this one.
163.
Sorry, 163. That's it. It's a statement of intent to proceed, because we need to proceed. We've been talking about this decision for years, and in my opinion, it's time to decide whether we're going to move forward or not. So, Steve, if you'd really like to wait another week to decide, I'll respect that, but I think again, I would not overcomplicate the question before us. Is this legal? Yes or no? That's the vote on 162. Should we move it here? Yes or no? That's the decision on 163.
I understand your sense of urgency, Mayor, but I would like another week.
I'm comfortable with that. Then I will continue this item until next Thursday at
This would be the only item on next Thursday. Did you want to?
2 p.m.
Well, it's, actually, you'd have to do a 4/5 again, because it's. the
Right,
agenda's
because we're already at
closed.
Thursday. Well, but you've closed the public hearing,
I'm
correct?
closing the public hearing.
Continuing it.
I'm continuing our discussion and vote
Right.
on these two items.
What do we have on
And
Thursday?
regardless of whether or not this is a land use
What-
review.
what about
if it wants
Wednesday
to send
afternoon?
us more comments in the
Yeah,
meantime.
it doesn't
they
have to be a week. It could be 6 days perhaps, but
There's nothing on Wednesday afternoon.
how's
It
that,
would-
Steve? Is that
How is that possible?
Yeah.
Require
Something
forfeits, which
canceled.
we will,
moment of weakness?
It'll be a 4/5 item.
What?
It'll be a 4/5 agenda item.
the agenda's already done.
But yeah, let's do Wednesday afternoon rather than Thursday.
Does that change, if it's 4/5, Commissioner Fritz, does that change the vote?
No,
No, just change how many people have to sign the
have to
document
sign
to
to
put it
say,
on the
yes, we want
calendar.
to-
I got lost the last time. So 4/5 still puts you back to, this would be a 4/5 to put an emergency provision back on the calendar.
No, it's a
just to
resolution.
schedule it.
Okay.
And it's a resolution, it only requires actually 3 votes.
That's 3 votes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
So thank you, everybody.
Thank
To
you
be
all.
continued, but
Wednesday
only
Thank you.
for a
at
short
2
time.
p.m.
2 p.m.
Thank you, Bob.
Actually, for a long time.